welcome everyone. It is 6 p.m. on Tuesday, May 21st, 2024. Welcome to the regular council session of the Municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc. Start with a land acknowledgement. The Municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc acknowledges that it is located on Treaty 21 territory. We are thankful to the generations of people who have taken care of this land, including the Chippewas of the Thames First Nation, the Munsee Delaware First Nation, and the Oneida Nation of the Thames. Roll call, all is present. Motion to approve the agenda. Councillor Brennan, second by Deputy Mayor, all in favor, carried. Are there any declaration of pecuniary interest? Councillor Derbyshire.
Thank you. I have 834, the Whelp Drain tender. It goes through our property, and I'll get the paperwork over, and then I will also continue down to the bylaw when we approve it.
Okay. Thank you. Seeing none, we'll go to the first item on the agenda is a public meeting. The purpose of this public meeting is to consider an application for an official plan amendment and a rezoning for the properties located at 101 Hall Road and 6 Lock Heights in Strathroy. Motion to open the public meeting. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Brennan. All in favor? Carried. Have either Director Huff or Tim, you want to speak to the report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. As you've correctly noted, this is an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications for the properties at 101 or 101 Hull Road and 6 Lock Heights. It is an application made by Goldleaf, and the applicants are LDS consultants. The property, and maybe before I get into the property like I normally would, I'll just say that this is a public meeting in which we're looking for input from members of the public, council, and alike. And a decision isn't being sought this evening for the applications, just the listening exercise today. Just wanted to start that way so that you understood as I was going through the presentation that's the context of this evening. So the location map is on the next page, and it just speaks to the fact that this property is on the north side of Hull Road. It's just west of Lock Heights for the 101 Hull Road, which has frontage on Hull, and then 6 Lock Heights obviously has frontage on Lock Heights. Both of those properties together form the subject lands, and both of them have single detached homes on the properties today. Along the rear of the property, there's a yellow line there, and you'll see a hatched area that's red that's to the north of it. That is a valley land. It's a property that's 589 Victoria Street, so it's the rear of another person's property. But it has a fairly significant slope there, and as part of the application process, the applicant has investigated the slope stability of that piece. That's the reason why it's that area is colored in red. It's part of the Conservation Authority's regulated area. Conservation Authority has been subject to a number of changes. They no longer look at natural heritage, but they still look at natural hazard, and that would be considered a natural hazard, the slope stability. And so they have provided comments on the application in relation to this piece. Along the front, it's also hatched in red, and this is for a different reason, but also a natural hazard, and that is for flooding. So they were looking at the front portion of this property from a flooding perspective. When it comes to the rear portion, I should just say that was determined where the stable top of bank was, and it was determined that any building should stay 6 meters away from that stable top of bank. For the front, it was determined that this area isn't a part of the flood area, and that Hull Road was the sort of dividing line for any flooding in the area. And so those were determinations made by the Conservation Authority in part prior to the application coming forward, but they also provided comments during the application process. And I will get to that as we move forward with the application. Nonetheless, Hull Road connects to Victoria in the west and connects to Head Street to the east. And we've talked a little bit about Lock Heights. I will note, and you'll probably hear this again later in the submissions, that Lock Heights is a cul-de-sac or dead-end street, so its intersection is only with Hull. Primarily in this area is residential, although once you get out to Victoria, there are some commercial related uses there. And to the south of this property, eventually you would reach the Sydenham River. So that's location, and maybe we can move to the proposal. So, sorry, that says 27 townhouses, it's 26. That's my mistake. There's a retaining wall that's being proposed along Hull Road, and there will be some fill behind that in order to have each of the townhomes somewhat on the same level. Each of the townhomes will have 2 parking spaces for each of the units. That means there's 52 parking spaces, and then 11 visitor parking spaces are proposed at this time in 2 different locations. One somewhat central to the development, and then 7 parking spaces are closer to the entrance at Lock Heights. And that is also the single access private road access to this development would be through Lock Heights. That gives you a basic understanding of the proposal. There are much more details added into the staff report, but for this level, I'll probably stay here, maybe move on to the next, which just speaks to, that's just a larger version of the plan, just in case anyone benefit from the larger size. There was an open house held on April 3rd. We received some comments in advance, written comments in advance of that open house. And then we received some additional comments after the open house. Many of those are found within the staff report. There were additional comments that were received by staff post my report being prepared, and those were circulated to council Friday late in the day in order to make sure that we had received as many of them at once so that you would get only one package rather than multiple packages. We received one additional comment over the weekend, just speaking to a number of the issues that were raised in the staff report and alike, and also a request for notification yesterday. So there, as I say, there were a number of comments, and I could note each individual comment that was provided just by suggesting those names, but I'm not sure if that's necessary at this point. I'll just pause for a second. Okay. If I can say that all that correspondence is forming part of the record, and is available if anyone wishes to see it as well. There have been staff comments received and agency comments received. Those are found within the staff report as well. There are some questions about, or notes about, the access through Lock Heights. Servicing going under the retaining wall, just given the fact that this is a retaining wall that's somewhere between 3 and 4 meters in height. So it changes as you move across the property. It varies in height, but at its largest, it's nearly 14 feet. So There was some question about having services run under that retaining wall. Also, some questions were raised about the setback to the stable top of bank. There are 3 lots or units that appear to be a little bit closer than 6 meters to the stable top of bank, and so those were raised as well as items that need to be considered. So those spots, since the plan happens to be up, I'll say that the bottom left side of the drawing, the this drawing happens to be turned on its side, so north and Hull Road is on the right-hand side, the left-hand side is the ravine, and so the bottom left units, 3 units there, seem to be closer to the stable top of bank than 6 meters, and so we've asked the applicants to take a look at that. They've taken all of the comments up to this point and are gathering them and making a decision as to how to proceed from this point. So they have not submitted anything new since the open house, based on the fact that they would like to get a fulsome set of understanding and comments through tonight. The next slide is going to speak just to the policy background. So this application will need to comply with the provincial, it will need to address the provincial policy statement. It will need to be, it'll need to conform to the county official plan. The county official plan has this property in a settlement area, so it's in line with the general details surrounding that. There is a policy relating to 2 access points that will need to be addressed as we move through the process, and that will involve some additional comments from some of the agencies, as well as how the overall development ends up moving forward from tonight. The local official plan designates the property residential, and as I mentioned earlier about hazards, there's a hazard overlay that has a portion of this property in that overlay. They have requested, and this is the purpose of the official plan, they have requested that this property be removed from that hazard designation, and it's as a result of the work that they've done with the Conservation Authority that they are moving forward in that manner. Lastly, the zoning bylaw amendment. So this is an amendment to seek a change from low density residential, that's an R1 zone category, and moving to high density residential on a site specific basis. And the reason why they've chosen this, and I just will say, I don't talk about a lot of the different comments that were received, but there was a comment received about this being more appropriately zoned to a different category, and that would be R4, which is lifestyle residential. And the reason why they haven't asked for that is because they are a single owner looking to rent out this these units to individuals in the future. The lifestyle zoning is a single owner owning the land and then leasing out the ability for somebody else to bring forward their own modular home and place it on that lot. So they're basically leasing the individual lot, and then the homeowner will be owning those modular homes. When you do that sort of thing, it changes the nature in which zoning is applied to a property, and that's why the different zone category exists, and it's because of that unique sort of nature to that specific approach to development that it has its own zone category. But I certainly understand where the people were coming from when they were speaking to it, but I felt it was probably helpful to understand that piece. In terms of the request, they are requesting a rear yard setback reduction. There were a few other items that we would like to clarify with the property owners as they move forward, but this we'll need to better understand the direction in which they're going in terms of access and overall proposal before we get into some of those details. There is parking, visitor parking spaces that are located technically in the front yard. They're located, the front yard would be lock heights it's the shorter of the two front lot lines. And so it's technically the front yard, and there are 7 parking spaces before you get to a house. That's the sort of thing that I'm talking about. But this is something that we would need to have further discussions with the applicant. So I think the last slide just speaks to sort of next steps. And I kind of already spoken to them in a little bit, that tonight is the public meeting, and that a planning evaluation report would come to council in the future. And that council would make a decision on the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. The decision that they make on the official plan is called, could be an adoption or a denial. If it was adopted, then that official plan amendment would go to the county for final approval. And both of these applications have a 20-day appeal period. I'm obviously available to answer any questions, or if you have any comments.
Okay. Thanks. Just for matter of clarity, Tim, you asked about reading the names. Just for clarity, all the submissions and all the names are a matter of public record, right? So they're there in the official submission.
I'll say that out loud instead of just nodding yes.
Thank you. That's all I just wanted for clarity. Thank you. Okay, before we move to the comments in support or comments in opposition to this rezoning, I know there are a number of folks who wish to speak to it. Just procedurally, each person is allowed 5 minutes to speak. I do have a list of folks who have registered, but after that, if anyone wishes to speak, feel free to do so. Just 2 requests. Let's be respectful and no debates or question amongst each other. So just give your submission. So are there any comments in support of the proposed rezoning? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to comments in opposition to the proposed rezoning. So I do have a list. I believe we have Patty and Rainer Krista. Wish to approach. Yep, we'll go by the list. I'm just going to go, somebody's got to go first, so. Okay, thank you. Okay.
I enjoy public speaking slightly less than going to the dentist.
Well, we're a little nicer than the dentist, so go ahead.
I just want to point out that Lock Heights is a quiet, narrow cul-de-sac with 21 houses on it, an additional 26 dwellings on an adjoining cul-de-sac is really not feasible for safety reasons. It's disruptive to neighboring properties, and there's an inadequate infrastructure on when access is made through Lock Heights. So I think changing the Gold Leaf plan from their previously posted plan should not be supported. It's not supported by taxpayers now. I think it should be supported by the town council. And especially a 14-foot retaining wall along Hull Road in the winter will cause even more difficulties from a narrow Hull Road, where if there's snow, it's going to push the road even smaller, and no room for evasive maneuvers when cars come by.
I'll just add my point to that. Hi, I'm Patty and I'm his wife. I just wanted to add, I think one of our major concerns is the safety of Hull Road. Hull Road is not a safe road. It is narrow. I don't have the dimensions, but I think it's 20 feet at points. It only has a sidewalk from Lock Heights to Penny Lane. If you're going to approve such development, you need to have proper curbs and proper road, and you need to have sidewalks, and it has to be safe, because if somebody gets hurt on that road, which is really easy when you're walking, and you try walking your 2 grandsons, and you're trying to push a stroller, and cars are coming at you both ways, it's a little unsafe. And in fact, Sunday driving down, and there were 3 children. I was coming from, I guess it's Victoria, towards Lock Heights, and there was 3 children without helmets, riding their bikes on past Lock Heights, probably right in front of the development property, and they were scattered across the road. Well, there's not a lot of vision lines. It's very unsafe. The road needs to be fixed up to proper standards, and then at that point in time, consider the development, and at that point, you should be able to have the development have its access off Hall Road. Thank you.
Okay. Move on. Jack Parker. Jack, are you?
Well, thanks. I appreciate the opportunity to bring my concern. It's simple and it's serious, I feel. To echo the previous presenter, my big concern is safety on Hull Road. I enjoy walking in our community, and I know lots of councillors here. I see them all regularly walking, and I think Strathroy is a wonderful community for that. My big concern about Hull Road and safety as a pedestrian is how narrow it is and how little option a pedestrian has when two oncoming cars coincide with their presence on the road surface. There's literally nowhere to go when you're in between the two hills and the blind spots, okay? So you can jump into a ditch which is full of phragmites, or you can try to climb the toboggan hill on the other side, but it's seriously a sort of a difficult spot to be in when those two cars are coming in. One of them is in a Penta, okay? So, I mean, that in a nutshell is the safety issue. But I'd like to add 2 or 3 points to that. One, this isn't a new issue, it's been a new issue. It's been before council before. So, July 2018, to address resident concerns about traffic on Hull Road, the council at the time asked the engineer to prepare a report. And at that time, 6 years ago, the engineer, George Elliott, he reported that Hull Road is a narrow, older road. It's an example of a rural or semi-urban road. And he said Hull Road is in need of reconstruction to a full urban standard. Other recommendations made at that time in that report, improvements are warranted. The roadway corridor should be improved with the addition of pedestrian and cyclist facilities. And it's interesting that that report didn't actually study the volume of pedestrians or cyclists on the road. They looked at traffic speeds, and I think they had a police report on traffic volumes at the time. So it's not a new issue before council. And the other point I'd like to make is sometimes small changes in a neighborhood can have big effects on use, on pedestrian use of Hull Road. For example, there's a group home on Hull Road that for years was operated by the association, and it was a very quiet group home, and it didn't result in a lot of pedestrian use or additional pedestrian use on Hull Road. That home is now operated by the London Children's Aid Society, and it's common to see 8 or 10 cars parked on the street or in front of the building, but more common, and I see this in my evening walks, is you'll see youths and their adult caregivers exiting off of down Hull Road west to Caradoc, and they're exiting to get to the park. Okay, so I had a photograph that I had submitted with my proposal or my concern. That photograph was taken in early April, and it showed 9 youths on the road and their caregivers. Okay, and I had permission to take that photograph from the head caregiver at the home. She said take it from behind and not too close, but. So the 9 kids and their caregivers are sort of stuck in the hollow between Hull Road, between Lock Heights and the next hill. And there's 3 on bicycles and 6 pedestrians, and they're scattered all over the road. And they, you know, in the country, you walk opposing traffic, but in town, there is no sidewalk, and they don't understand that. So here they are below the crest of the hill, out of sight. So a car speeding over, I took the photograph from the mouth of Lock Heights looking down the hill. I mean, it's, to me, if it can go wrong, it will go wrong, and that's really an accident waiting to happen. So the point is, a small change in a neighborhood can result in a big change in use. So here we are, now we're talking about bringing in 26 households of seniors. And, you know, regardless of access through 6 Lock Heights, the plan that I'm looking at also has an access that will be used, and I'm sure that 26 households of seniors are going to access Hull Road as a pedestrian at some point. My neighbor walks every morning to work on Hull Road. The lady across the street, she walks to the superstore or to Food Basics on Hull Road, and I'm sure some of these new residents will want to walk on Hull Road to Food Basics or the Superstore. So here we are, we're going to put, a huge increase in the number of pedestrians, an increase in the volume of traffic on Hull Road, in a road that's been previously identified and brought to council's attention by their engineer as being a narrow, rural or semi-urban road in need of.
Just 30 seconds, okay, Jack?
Okay.
Give you the 30-second warning.
Listen, you know what? If Hull Road was the road it should be, I wouldn't be here. And probably most of the people that are here today wouldn't be here. The road had been brought up to its full urban standard years ago. And, I recognize that the tremendous pressures this council's under in terms of financial responsibility to the community, but this is a big one. And I'll tell you one thing, if someone gets hurt, a personal injury lawyer is gonna have a field day with this issue, okay? Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Sorry, folks, can't get all out. Yeah, I don't get to use the thing. Next is Cassie Domingo.
Hi, I'm Cassie Tominga. I'm the owner of 138 Hull Road. So in the picture that's being shown there, my property is the south side of the road across from the proposed retaining wall. It's currently a residential property as well. It has one single dwelling on it, but its majority of it is a ravine. So there's 3 1/4 acres. Most of it is the ravine. So I'm a little nervous, sorry about this. I appreciate the open with the land acknowledgement, and I do think that we have a responsibility as a community to echo that with our actions. So we have a responsibility to take care of the watershed. And so while I also support the comments that are around safety on Hull Road, which I think has always been a problem and will continue to be a problem until it's fixed and sidewalks are put in place, I don't think the watershed has been addressed in many of the other comments by my neighbors. So I contacted the SCRA, or the St. Clair River Conservation Authority, to understand the process the applicant has gone through. My understanding is that their contact with the SCRA was with their initial proposal. So with the old design, and the new design asks for even further setback reduction to 2.5 meters. So that needs to be taken into consideration as these talks move forward. So I think that while with the introduction it was mentioned that south of this property, Hull Road, goes down further past Kittredge all the way to our beautiful Sydenham River. And I think we have a responsibility to understand this a connected watershed. And another part is the natural movement of deer through this area. So we have an urban population of deer that move from the lower part of the watershed through the property like Sprucedale Nursing Home on Kittredge. They come across Kittredge down into our property, and they cross right across 101 Hull up the hill, and they go back down into the ravine. So that is their natural movement area. So we need to take that into consideration, especially when implementing a retaining wall of 14 feet. So that would definitely impede the natural movement of the deer through that area as well. So I went through the council report, and I wanted to make a note that on page 2 of the 42-page council report, under site context, 101 Hull Road, it does tick the box that says that it's on sewer. But my understanding is 101 Hull Road is on a private septic bed, which outlets into my property at 138 Hull Road. I do have pictures to support the effluent that has entered our property. I never brought it to anyone's attention prior because I didn't want the renters to be put in any undue position. I was worried. Their kids go to my high school where I teach, and I didn't want them and their family to have any problem with maintaining their rental agreement there. But it definitely has been polluting and continues to pollute the watershed. Another question I'd like to ask and have on record is that the original site plan posted, and currently posted actually, on Goldleaf's property as of today, refers to the property as Riverview Ridge Luxury Seniors Living. The new proposal calls it a townhouse development, and I just would like to understand the difference, because every time everyone's talking about this, they're talking about it as a seniors community, and I'm wondering if that has changed when they've changed it to a townhouse development. So those are all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Cassie. Next, Nancy Langs.
Hi, I'm Nancy Langs. I live at 20 Lock Heights. I've lived there since 1987, so I've seen quite a few changes on Hull Road. I used to be able to walk down Hull Road and never see a car. Now they go speeding by me. I walk my daughter's dog 3 times a day, and probably once a month I have to jump out of the way because of the car. And it's either me or the dog, and it better be me because my daughter will kill me if it's the dog. So my concern is Hull Road as well. And I think everybody's gone over that quite well. I think that, you know, the units are beautiful. I have friends who live in those units and, you know, would be all right, but there's just, it shouldn't be done before the road is not taken care of. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ross Henderson.
Henderson. I live at 23 Kittredge Avenue East, which is on the other side. I face actually Hull Road. Rob Waters and I put forward a joint submission, and I'd like to defer to Rob to speak to those issues rather than having a duplication in front of the council.
Okay, that's fine.
So, given the length of time for public comments, I will not go through the entire report that we've submitted. But I will jump through some things. The justification report was confusing. Number of units was odd from time to time, 216 at one point. It said it was going to be a condominium development, then all of a sudden it moved over to rental, which is what Gold Leaf has been doing recently in Strathroy. So I had some comments in it, and it basically led me into the traffic. And everybody's been making comments about traffic. I don't have to repeat them, but I can make a comment. So I've been in where I live since 1979, and at one point, I don't think Head Street was maybe the second busiest road in Strathroy, and I certainly know Caradoc Street is. And the amount of traffic going back and forth on Hull Road has increased exponentially. So everybody else has made comments about what a senior is going to be doing going down that hill. And that's not the main thrust of our comments. Although I do want to make one comment. I was thinking Deputy Mayor McGuire may have gone down that hill in a derby, in a soapbox derby. I thought so. And that gives you an idea of the speed with which you can go down. And you know, to do local folklore, a lot of kids really like going fast over it in cars and see if they get a bit of air. And that is sad. But that's been already addressed with regard to what the engineer had said before. Where I come after this one, and I think the mayor will appreciate my concern about drains, is that the change of the hazard designation is, in my opinion, based on faulty information. It was done on, according to the report, as a desktop. And the first thing I noticed, and if council can see it, the comment was we're dealing with the Stokeman Drain watershed. Now, Stokeman Drain ends up in Mulleferry Drive, but the watershed continues on. What was not stated in the hazard assessment was that the Payne Drain enters into this. Now, the Payne Drain enters in below Hull Road, but if we're trying to deal with how much effluent and water's coming down, we have an issue. Years back, and I'll acknowledge I was counsel for the town, they rerouted the cutty drain so that subdivision could be done along McDonald Street, Darcy Drive, etc. But when they rerouted it, they cut it off before Abigail. So there's a floodway at Abigail, there's a floodway at Panama Lane, heading into the Stokeman Drain. And by the way, they spelled Stokeman wrong, but that's neither here nor there. So we now have, in my opinion, more water coming down. There was an issue, and in second page of my comment on the hazard, there was an issue taken with the Fenco-McLaren report. And they're in essence saying, well, there wasn't that much water coming down. I respectfully disagree. I think there's a fair chunk of water coming down. I certainly see it behind my house. And of course it floods every year and I'm high enough up, but it's still an issue. And a further issue relates to the fact that in the past, when Lock Heights was created as a subdivision, storm sewers were set up, and those storm sewers come across on an angle and actually come on Mrs. Dominguez's property. And so we've got Lock Heights draining, so then we're dealing with the plan that was submitted to the developer and by the developer, and they're trying to keep water on the site. I tend to agree with that, but if you take a look at Hurricane Hazel and the existing, there's a fair bit of water coming anyways. If councilors take a look at the appendices.
This is a 30-second warning there.
Good. I'm getting to the good part. If I look at the appendices, it seems like Hull Road, the water has to run up a hill to get to the drain. I mean, if you look at that road and the outlets on Hull and on Kittredge, the water has to go uphill. So in other words, it ends up going back into the property, and our suggestion is that the road superintendent put in a petition for a drain to help alleviate the Dominga and other parties' property from the water that's already entering in. And that's my point.
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it. I don't know, Rob, if James is going to speak, or you?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Next, Jim Ferguson.
So thank you for giving me the opportunity to bring my concerns forward today. Been a resident on Lock Heights for 34 years, past 17 in my own home before that. I grew up on that street. I've raised my stepchildren on that street as well. There's never been a time where there isn't somebody's kids out biking, playing basketball, playing tag, hide and seek, whatever. Our street's a dead-end street. They live in front of our houses. We don't retreat to the backyard. It's created a community that is very tight. There's weekly card games, vacations together as families. We've had losses together, celebrated special events together. These are things that build a community and that we want in our community. Sorry. So with little to no traffic, it's possible for us to live out front. But hacking a house down and putting potentially 50 more vehicles in there changes that. There's a proposal to change it to high-density residential in R3. R3 is a condominium development. There's no control to say this isn't going to be, or this is going to be a retirement community forever. We've planned for a retirement community. That's fantastic. We've planned parking, we've planned traffic. They can switch that to low-income rentals in 3 weeks after it's built, and we have no way to stop that. So all of a sudden, our planning for 26 residential with one car turns into 50 cars driving in and out twice a day to work. There's nothing to stop that. They don't have to go through planning changes or anything to change that down the road. Hull Road has been an issue for years. I'll go back further than Jack's comment. In 2015, BMR did a road report and graded Hull Road as a 6.5. There was only 4 streets in town that were rated that low. All of them have been updated since then. Aside from let me clarify. 4 streets with that volume of traffic, all have been updated except Panel. If you look at that report, in 2015, they rated Hall Road to have the same traffic as Queen Street. So if anybody's familiar with Queen Street, they know how much traffic volume's on that street. That's how much they're saying is on Hall Road. And it's increased since then. I'm not saying that this development shouldn't happen. I think it should, but I think it should happen with a proper Hall Road. You as councillors and council and the developer have the opportunity to build a proper Hall Road for all of us, for all of our residents. You'll never build it cheaper than you can today. You have an opportunity to partner with somebody and get that cost offset. They're gonna bring development fees, taxes. They're gonna bring forward, I mean, they're buying a house to tear down just to make an entrance. Maybe they'd leave that house there and kick that money in for the street. Just ideas and thoughts. I think that together, you guys and the developers and us as neighbors can all be happy and can have a good development that fits in the neighborhood and fits in the town.
Thanks, Tim. Next, we have Sandy Bent. I don't know if Sandy's here or wishes to speak.
My name's Sandy Bett. My wife and kids and me live at 8 Lock Heights, adjacent to the, obviously, 6 Lock Heights property that's been purchased. I'm here to present a petition that's been signed by over 100 of our neighbors on Lock Heights, Hall Road, Potato Place, Penny Lane, and Pale Lane. That petition requests that Strathroy-Caradoc Municipal Council please delay approval for the proposed Gold Leaf Properties development along Hall Road until Hall Road is upgraded to become safe for all current and future users and provide the primary access and services for this development. Please stop the home demolition and proposed street and service corridor construction that will negatively alter the Lock Heights neighborhood. Within this petition is the report that Jack spoke of, so I won't get into that again. I also won't get into the safety and all that jazz because you've heard that several times. So I'm going to speak more on how this affects myself at 8 Lock Heights, how it affects my neighbors, Miguel and Adriana at 4 Lock Heights. We strongly object to the removal of 6 Lock Heights to make way for an access road or service or whatever to this new development, as our properties will now be bordered on 2 sides by this development with parking spaces I don't want, with traffic I don't want, with traffic lights I don't want, with traffic noise I don't want. Personally, I only speak for myself, I have no problems with development. I really don't. There's far worse things you could build on this site than seniors housing. But I'm hoping that through this process, some accommodation to the site plan, taking into consideration increased measures, including fencing and landscaping to eliminate privacy issues that are going to face myself at 8 Lock Heights and my good neighbors at 4 Lock Heights. Ideally, if an alternative solution or design can be developed to not access this development at all from Lock Heights and keep all traffic, whether it's construction or future residential traffic, going in and out of this development, it needs to come off Hall Road. That's all I have. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition? Seeing none, are there any comments and questions from members of council? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you to everybody that spoke. As a lifelong resident of this area and having traveled that road for a long time, I won't say how many years, I can appreciate everything that was said. One thing that was raised this evening that I had not thought of was the drain issues, particularly in regards to the Cuddy Drain, Your Worship. So I believe the Cuddy Drain, when it was rediverted, flows water down through Abigail, and I think it crosses the new development on Head Street that is currently going in, basically across from Pine Tree. So it'd be interesting to see how that development that's going in there is going to alter the flow of water if in fact it continues down through this watershed. as Mr. Waters has indicated. So for future reference, that would be something I'd be particularly looking at.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Hippel, then Councillor Pelton.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone that spoke tonight. I also have been up and down that road for years, whether I was in a vehicle or a lot of times I'd be running it because it has hills, and for whatever reason I seem to like running hills. But senior homes, I mean, we all know, everyone said it here, it's extremely important. I mean, my mother lives, like, this is key. I mean, my mother's friends are looking for lots of places like this itself, and it's so important. That road, though, I mean, it's interesting because that's the last place I ever thought that something would be developed on, only because I would have assumed moving forward that we would have had, you know, if we were going to look at something this important, and it is, that we would have waited until we would have had a road that was up to par. And obviously it's not. And it hasn't been for years. And I mean, people have been talking about this for years, the safety issues, the pedestrians, the bikers. I mean, our community just, you know, has grown exponentially, and when it grows, you know, we have more vehicles, and you know that people are driving faster because everyone has to work, you know, 1-2 jobs. It's just common sense. So I guess one of my biggest things is I just, it's a very chaotic situation because myself, there's no sidewalks, and the road isn't feasible right now. So throwing my mother into a development, into a senior's home, and hoping that she does well going up and down the road if she goes to the grocery store is horrifying. Anyways, personally, this is something that we really, I truly believe that road needs to be dealt with before we ever go down the road with a development. That's just my opinion.
Councillor Pelton. And Councillor Bray.
Thank you. Am I stuck to the 5 minutes too?
Sorry.
I'll yield 1 minute of my time.
All right. First of all, I want to thank everyone who's spoken on this issue, either tonight or to us personally, about the respectfulness of the conversation. It doesn't get you anywhere to be angry, and it doesn't make for a good two-way conversation. One of the issues is obviously the provincial policy statement wants infill and intensification, which this is. However, I do have a number of concerns. One is definitely Hull Road. And you know, I kind of classify this as a who would have thought kind of issue. I never would have thought that someone would buy 2 houses and be prepared to tear one down that I would say is a higher end upscale house. Never ever would have dreamed that would happen. Yet here we are. I'm very concerned about the construction traffic, bringing in that many loads of soil to put behind a retaining wall will put a lot of stress on Hall Road, and I'm going to guess might hasten us to fix it. I would be concerned that construction traffic, if it went down Lock Heights, would mean we would end up repairing 2 roads rather than 1. So I do have that concern. The traffic, I know a lot of people have raised concerns about traffic on Lock Heights. At the end of the day, while I know it doubles the volume of traffic on Lock Heights, it's still, in terms of urban design, fairly minimal. However, the traffic that goes down Hall Road, which has nothing to do with who lives on Lock Heights or who's going to be in this proposal, has gotten heavier and has gotten faster, because we know that speeding is an issue around town on all those streets on the north end. And so my first thought is that we know Van Bree fixes roads because we've hired them a number of times to do so. Is there a way that we can maybe work with them to fix at least a portion of Hall Road at the same time so that we can get the construction traffic off of Hall Road and not down Lock Heights? But looking at the design, and is it possible to get the design up on the screen? Just so people can understand what I'm going to suggest as an option. So I was looking at the design as it's being presented to this meeting, and I wonder if it would be feasible to keep the road design the same, except instead of emptying out onto Lock Heights, you put another unit there, and the services can still go to Lock Heights. But however, you continue that road to, I guess, what would be the south side of the property, and down the hill onto Hall Road at what would be kind of close to the apex of the smaller of the two hills. And you would end up losing those two units on the side, so you're down just one unit, which would alleviate emptying out the traffic onto Lock Heights. I certainly don't agree with the parking spots being at the entrance, because that would greatly affect the neighbor that lives there. I think if you're going to put visitor parking, it needs to be held internally and not on an external exit. But if we were able to fix Hall Road and continue the sidewalk along to the apex of that middle hump and have the traffic come out on that middle hump, I think that's a safer option. Certainly you can't do it down the current entrance. That hill is too steep and the sight line's not good enough. But I see that as potentially being a viable option to alleviate the concerns of the residents on Lock Heights that the traffic not empty out. Now, working with seniors, one of the things that I do agree with is that these seniors are going to walk. They will walk every day. And so they need a place to walk. Lock Heights currently does not have sidewalks, nor am I suggesting that we should put some in. It is a quiet cul-de-sac, and people can walk on the road pretty safely. I don't see a reason for that to change. But on Hall Road, there would definitely need to be sidewalks, and if we make that the entrance, that sidewalk would need to continue at the very least until the entrance of the driveway. But unfortunately, I think the natural traffic pattern would probably mean they would walk the other way toward Caradoc, and so that presents a problem. I try to deal in realities of how I think people will behave. The traffic as looking at the traffic patterns at what you would consider typical commuter times doesn't work for a complex like this, because these people don't drive at commuter time. They typically will head out to an appointment of some sort somewhere between breakfast and lunch, or between lunch and 4:30, and they'll make one trip in each of those times, not go in and out and in and out and in and out. They certainly won't be driving at 7:30, between 7:30 and 8:30 in the morning, or in the wintertime, they won't be driving between 6 and 8 o'clock at night, because it'll be dark already. That's typical way people live and exercise their behaviors. It is also a fairly proven fact that seniors' reaction time is slower, and I do agree there's a lot of pedestrian traffic that currently on that road doesn't exhibit normal behavior because there is no place to walk. And so if a senior driver were to come over the hill and be suddenly presented with kids on scooters or an e-bike coming the wrong way, will their reaction time be fast enough to not cause an accident? That is something I'm concerned, and so hence why I'm suggesting if there's a way that we can partner with Van Bree to fix a portion of Hall Road, that's obviously at the municipality's expense, but at some point in time, that road has to be fixed. And I guess the last point that I would like to make is that it's probably time to revisit the conversation of one-way traffic on Hall and Panel Lane, because the traffic is a lot heavier than it was when we had that conversation the last time, both pedestrian and vehicle traffic. So I think it's probably time we revisit that topic.
Councilor Brennan, you.
Thank you. I won't be as long as Councillor Pelkman because he did anticipate a few of my points.
Sorry.
But no, that's okay. But I think this particular development in this public meeting calls into question again a problem that we've had some discussions about over the last few years, and that is the need for east-west connectors in the north section of Strathroy, to the point where, you can even take a look at Jenna Drive connecting over to Centre, or, bringing Panel Lane up to an acceptable urban standard, or Hull Road to an acceptable urban standard. We need east-west connectors in the north end of Strathroy, and the one-way issue on Panel, one-way issue on Hull may end up being a potential solution, but what I would like perhaps to get a handle on would be what are the costs of bringing Hull up to a full urban standard for street design as a two-way street, and what's the cost of doing it as a one-way street if we were to have Panel brought up the same standard as a one-way street as well in the opposite direction. We'd be dealing with a problem that's we've been sort of kicking down the road, and it's gotten more intense as more and more homes have gone in and traffic volumes have increased. The semi-rural standard that exists on part of Panel, and that's complicated because we're dealing with another municipality there as well, but the semi-rural nature of Hull as well, they need to be addressed, and even though there's a small number of people living on the western section of Hull, the number of people who would benefit from a better urban standard is not limited to people just living on that street. So I think this council has an opportunity, perhaps, if we embrace the idea that growth pays for growth. Is there a way of working with the developer to take a look at engineering solutions to bring Hull up to an acceptable urban standard, which could be a two-way street with sidewalks, or it could be a one-way street with sidewalks and a bike lane, with Panel running the opposite direction. They'd have to happen in tandem. It's going to cost a lot of money, most things do, but if we can combine it with a developer who is keen to have a project move forward and is willing to work with the municipality on a solution that makes sense for the community rather than simply their bottom line, then I think we have an opportunity to address this long-standing issue. So I think Councillor Pelkman's correct. We haven't talked about the one-way solution on Panel, the one-way solution on Hull. It may be that there are savings to have them one way at an urban standard as opposed to making them both two ways to an urban standard. But I think creative thinking is something that we have to do here. Whether or not this development goes ahead, the problem of traffic flow east-west in the north end of Strathroy will remain and is only going to become more significant. So maybe this council needs to explore opportunities to fix that problem, and then this development may end up not having as high a hurdle to clear for the local population to feel that the safety issue's been met, and maybe we can even go so far as to have them achieve, I think, what is one of the primary goals of this group, if I can call them a group, forgive me, would be that the primary and only outlet for this community development would be on Hull Street. And that's maybe possible if we do some engineering design work on Hull, potentially one way, because it might be a lower dollar figure, with the developer. Anyway, those are my thoughts. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for everyone for your emails and the time that you've invested in this. We do, I can't speak for all council. I know we all read them, but it was a lot of reading, and we had meetings, and it's an important topic. But I think I just want to demonstrate that, or say that no single issues in isolation. I think this ties into a bigger issue that council needs to address. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Kennis.
A comment and a question. First, it was actually quite satisfying to see so many residents united in their concerns about this project, but also that they're not opposed to the project. So you know, I think everybody that spoke tonight is looking for a solution. So hopefully that solution can be discovered over the next little while. A question, I guess, to staff. We've heard a number of times tonight about the movement of water and drainage, and just wondered where the municipality's at in terms of looking at the movement of water in and around that property, and and the Conservation Authority have. It sounds like there's been some consultation with them, but things have changed again, and just wondering if they've been again made aware of. And again, that whole movement of water in that area, it's a very unique area within our
towns. Through the mayor, the comments that were received from the community relating to the drain have been passed on to the Conservation Authority for their consideration. Municipal drains are handled locally primarily, so that was also provided to engineering staff as well, and that'll be part of our discussion and response with the final report.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Palmer.
Just wanted to echo that, you know, we do need housing, and I think this is a good opportunity, and I think I hear from residents that no one's, you know, vehemently opposed to the fact that we are going to increase some needed housing supply. There's just some obvious issues that were brought to our attention tonight. I would thank Mr. Ferguson for reminding us, and myself as it preceded me, that there had been a previous assessment of Hall Road indicating that it was high in the priority list for an upgrade. So that was valuable information for me. Thank you. And again, also I hope that we can take this opportunity to work in partnership with the developer, the community, and the council to find an agreeable solution that will work for everybody. I couldn't help but think, I grew up in London, so listening to Councillor Brennan, I felt like it was the old Ring Road story in London, which, you know, got passed around for the better part of 50 years and still never happened, and now it couldn't happen. So we don't want to find ourselves in that situation. So I would look forward to hearing from staff some possible solutions to those roads, Hall and Panel, and getting them as a good crossroads for the municipality, and bringing them up to urban standard. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay. Oh, Deputy Mayor.
Just as a follow-up, there was an issue raised this evening about traffic. Lots of traffic issues on Hall Road. One in particular is on the south side of Hall Road. I think it was, they said that it's now a CAS-owned property. I believe the people are parking, pulling straight into that property, and have now created probably parking illegally pursuant to the bylaw. They used to park like that in front of 191 and 193 Hall Road, the two apartment buildings on the corner of Penny Lane. We've addressed that over the years. So perhaps that can go to bylaw and is something we can address quickly through the bylaw. The enforcement of the bylaw is what I'm referring to.
Any other comment or question? Okay. We're at the council portion. I apologize. So, no, we're at the council portion. So I'll finish in just my comment on infill. The theory behind infill that I've heard is that infill is needed, but it needs to be in the appropriate place. But just for myself, I'm not 100% certain that this is the most appropriate place, given everything we've heard tonight. And I think For myself personally, I will be stuck on no entrance off Lock. I think by appropriate place, that should mean minimal interruption to the neighbors. The community has been very good and hasn't brought the NIMBYism into it, but I think they've been very patient. So for myself, when I hear it, I will want to hear that there's no interruption to the residents on Lock Heights, Lock Street. So that's my opinion. Everybody else has pretty well summed up anything I would have said. With that, a motion to close the public meeting. Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Kennis. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. We do have one more motion that the subject report, BBP-2024-46 for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw be received for information. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Kennis. All in favor? Carried. Opposed, if any? Thank you, folks. Thank you for your patience. It's greatly appreciated. Come back anytime. We do have, we'll just wait till everybody departs. There are two minutes that we need approved, the regular council meeting minutes of May 6th and the special council meeting minutes of May 13th. Motion to approve those minutes, Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Polk. Are there any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Communications, we have 5 communications in front of us. Before we make a motion to receive, did anyone wish to pull any out for discussion? Deputy Mayor.
I just have a question about 6.1 when the time comes. Do you want me to make it now?
No, we'll receive the others for anything else. I wish to pull 6.5. So motion to receive 6.2, 6. Oh, sorry, Don.
Yeah, 6.3, please.
6.3, okay. So motion to receive 6.2 and 6.4. Councillor Brandon, second by Councillor Hippel. All in favor? Carried. Deputy Mayor, you had 6.1.
I do. I believe this is the same property that we approved a site plan agreement. Maybe I'm using the wrong terminology. It could have been a zoning, but we had a development for this same piece of property. I see Councillor Kennis confirming my thoughts on this. What happens when we approve a project, but they don't move on it? Now they have a new project up. Does that take the old project off, or are they building a card deck of projects that they can randomly pull at a later time? Which, quite honestly, I will say is a waste of our time.
Director Huff.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for the question. So they did make an application for a minor variance, and that was in relation to a previous application that would have seen, I believe it was a hotel with some residential apartment dwellings above that. So that minor variance stays with the property, it doesn't expire, but they have moved on to a new proposal for the same project, replacing the hotel proposal with essentially just plain residential units. So I suppose it's possible to go back to the original proposal if they wish. We have seen a number of different iterations for concepts on this parcel as a whole. So we just respond to the applications that we receive, but certainly for minor variances, they don't expire.
Thank you.
Councillor Pammer, 6.3. Oh, can I? Oh, sorry, just jump right in there.
Just a question on that one. I assume that they continue to pay new fees for every thing they take your time for, so.
Through your worship to Councillor Kennis, yes, they do.
No, seeing none. Councillor Pammer.
Yeah, so this communication was in regard to the changes with the Blue Box program, particularly as it pertains to commercial businesses, places of worship, daycares, campgrounds, public-facing and internal areas, municipally owned buildings, and not-for-profit organizations. And according to the South Bruce Peninsula, they are concerned about this because the costs of doing such will fall on the municipality. And without putting Councillor Wilsey on the spot, but our representative for Blue Water Recycling, I just wondered if you had any comments about this, and will this be the sort of same situation we will be looking at?
Councillor Wilsey.
Through the chair to Councillor Pammer, yeah, that we're in the same situation, that this is across Ontario. So until 2026, the current producers are able to, they're mandated to pick up all the current places that are currently picked up. So we're good for the next 2 years. However, after 2026, businesses, places of worship, any multi-residential units that were built after a specific date are also not collected. There's some, and that date is actually, according to the first law that came out about 2 years ago. So some buildings that were built in the last 2 years that are multi-residential still will not be collected. Once this changes over, they might think they are because they're residential, but officially by the letter of the law currently they're not included. The solution that we've came up with, I kind of talked with at Blue Waters when this is happening, and this is still kind of tentative going forward, is we'd have to send a separate truck out because the producers by law cannot mix ineligible sources with eligible sources in their trucks. So we can't do it in the same truck. But they do kind of a milk run with it, and cost would be slightly elevated from where they are. It could still be a municipal program collected by tax, but it would be the same as, well, we don't actually run the garbage and collection program now, we subcontract it out. It would be the same thing that we do now. Depending on who the contractor is, they're like, every community is going to be in the same spot. It's likely just going to be a different truck on a different day with a different schedule, and probably at a slightly elevated rate. But with that being said, there's institutional, that would be arenas, that would be churches, all of those places now that pay a reduced rate, or possibly the municipality doesn't charge, would all have to be on a separate route. So there's a couple of years to figure that out, but that's kind of the ground where we are now.
Okay. Any follow-up? Thank you. Thank you. The one I wish to speak to is last 6.5. This is the first motion I've seen from municipal council that's actually addressed to the Prime Minister, and would draw my interest was one, the motion that Councillor Derbyshire has tonight regarding different grants, but this township appears to be in the, I don't want to use the word predicament, but like many municipalities, upgrading wastewater treatment and lack of funds. So I don't think a follow-up, but just to note that we're not the only ones in this predicament. And when we do get to Councillor Derbyshire's motion, I did note there was a couple of separate fundings available, one provincial and one federal, to help with the water system. So it just was an interesting motion that crossed our desk. So with that, motion to receive 6163. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Councillor Derbyshire. Yep, sorry, Bo.
That's okay. Through you, I just wanted to add to that I did actually reach out to this municipality to see what kind of situation they were in. They were somewhat reluctant to talk exactly about what they were in, but they did say that they were using the same company that has made this suggestion to us as their solution. So, just so we have an idea of that, just wanted to clarify that. But yeah, they weren't big on talking about the rest of it, other than they need money. So, but it is the same company that did propose the same thing for us.
Thank you. Then motion to receive those three correspondents. Councillor Kennis, second by Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. So we will go to the notices of motion. We have, I think there's just three of them this evening to be voted on. Councillor Derbyshire, you want to speak to your motion first? The first one about the sand buildup.
Okay, the first one I was just sorry. I guess through you to council, I was looking for a staff report regarding the buildup of sand and grit that happened in the headworks of the Mount Bridges water treatment plant. And further, that we get a report that include the schedule, routine maintenance that is being done to prevent this problem from happening again. If just kind of to see where we're at with kind of where we're at on the plant, and I should have actually included in here the pumping stations, whether our screens and stuff like that are under thing. What worries me about a large bit of silt that was in there is hopefully we don't have a problem with pipes or anything farther down. Just if this, you know, if our schedule is, if we are on a maintenance schedule and when we've ran into something like this, maybe there's a larger problem, but that was kind of what I was looking for. I didn't put a return date, so it's at their leisure.
Did you have a seconder, Councillor Derbyshire? Deputy Mayor second. Any comments, questions? Councillor Wilsey.
I have a question. It's not so much to Councillor Derbyshire, but on just the wording of it. I remember listening to our consultant back when we were talking about upgrading the facility in Mount Bridges, and we were told on a number of occasions that there was no headworks at this facility. So I guess I'm a little bit confused about how the headworks are blocked when our consultant tells us that we don't have a headworks. Maybe we could get some clarification in that when the report comes back.
Your comment? Any, Councillor Derbyshire?
Sorry, I'll just say the headworks is in there because it was in the email that we received in regards to the grit and sand. So I just wrote kind of what they said. If they, yeah, that would be good if they can explain the headworks.
Yeah. Any other comments? Okay, seeing none, we have a second motion. All in favor? Opposed of any? Carried. Councillor Derbyshire, the next one.
All right.
List of grants.
Yeah, this is, sorry, through you to council. Same thing again, I was just kind of looking for a list of grants that the municipality might be, that is applying for, or might be applying for. And further to see where the money, if any extra money is needed, kind of where it's coming from, or whether it is something that we will have to come up with on a budget. Just so we kind of have an idea of what we're looking at possibly going for, and you know, maybe where we need to come up with some money, or what reserve funds they are coming out of. So again, there's no return date, so you know, it'll be whenever someone can put it together.
Okay. You have a seconder for that motion? Deputy Mayor, question? Yep, sorry, Councillor Palmer, did you have a question?
Yes. I was just wondering if the CAO would have any comments about how grants are applied for, and when it comes back to council. My experience previously is that it's pretty much a revolving process, and it would, even if we provided Councillor Derbyshire with a list, it would probably be expired by the time it got here because of other opportunities that come and go. But I would just ask for your comments on that, the usefulness of that, and how accurate it's going to be, and how we would get that information.
Through the chair to council, certainly there are annual grants that the municipality receives on a regular basis that have become sort of standard grants. Then there are sort of those one-off grants. So I think from an education standpoint, it would be helpful for council to maybe to see that list. We will include in that list all of the grants that we know are out there right now. Grants do change from year to year, but what we can do is include everything that is through that annual grant and the ones that we are aware of in 2024.
Okay. Councillor Wilsey, then you, Deputy Mayor.
Just for clarification, I think when I read this question, I think it's more of a concern for where the matching funds would be if they're required. Similar to a grant we had before, we had to have a meeting to approve funds. A lot of the grants don't have funds attached, or they're projects that already have budgeted, which are great. I think what we're mostly concerned with is we don't want to have to have a council meeting at short notice and say, hey, we need $500,000 because we're getting $1 million. Or we get a grant for a wastewater treatment plant for $2 million, but we have to spend $4 million this year. Maybe we don't have that. That is, I think, more where the motion's coming from, just so that we can make sure that if we are applying for grants, we have the funding lined up, and just make sure that that's part of our process somehow.
Yeah, we'll go to the deputy mayor, then you, Councillor Brennan.
I seen the CAO had comment. If you want to.
If I may, through the chair, how I envision this is we'll do it up in a chart format to show you there are some annual grants. I can think of like Young Canada Works grants, which are summer student grants that we budget for each year in the budget. So how I envision this is a chart and sort of laying this out of what the grant is, if it's provincial, federal, another entity, and then there are, and we'll explain this in the report, there are grants that suddenly we have no idea about that just appear, so that we can't budget for because we're not aware of them, because sometimes the grant deadlines are such, but we'll explain this in the report to council.
Okay, well, we're good. Sorry, Councillor, we're good.
Yeah,
The
so
deputy mayor, Councillor Brennan.
I'll just say, Your Worship, I seconded this because I think this is useful information. I think the report is brief. You know, it's this grant, this is essentially what it is. There's either extra money possibly required or there's not. And the yearly ones, it really helps us, you know, snapshot, boom, presented quarterly, that type of thing. So, you know, my idea when I seconded it is it's brief, it's a snapshot, and it really lets us know what's going on.
Councillor Brennan, then Councillor Peltman.
Thank you. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the motion. It's good to have this education piece. I was going to make the point that the CAO made that sometimes there's an announcement made that, you know, you can apply for grants, and we don't know that right now. So, you know, two months from now, there could be this amazing opportunity to apply for grants. So this wouldn't be able to cover that, but we can throw that into the report and talk about that. The other one is that, of course, when sometimes you do get that amazing opportunity, back in the good old days, the third, the federal, the provincial, the municipal, where they say, you know, hey, you know, we'll give you, you know, if you put up $2 million, we'll give you $2 million from the feds and $2 million from the province. Well, in the past, you know, when we had those opportunities, and Councillor Peltman can correct me if I'm wrong, if we didn't have the money in reserves, we go out and borrow, because we can borrow $2 million to get $4 million. In the past, we would, you know, tend to do those things. So I think the idea of, in this report, if we're talking about, you know, where does the matching funds come from, I think the idea of the strategies that are used by municipalities to leverage those opportunities for the benefit of the taxpayer, I think throw that in there as well, because if anybody's going to offer me $2 for $1 from the municipality for road work, we're probably going to jump at it. And if we don't have the money in the budget, we don't have the money in reserves, we're going to borrow. So I'm just throwing that in there. So the report might talk about those strategies.
Councillor Peltman.
Yes, thank you. I have nothing against the motion and looking forward to the information. I would only add that maybe perhaps this would be a good discussion to have in the Strategic Priorities Committee once we get that established, because maybe, you know, if we can establish where our priorities are to where we think we want to apply for grants, and a grant comes that we weren't anticipating, maybe it's not in our strategic priorities, so we let it pass. You know, and I think that Caradoc Place is a perfect example. We were made a decision based on getting X million of dollars, and what we ended up getting was a lot less. And had we passed on it, then, you know, yeah.
Councillor Canis, then we'll bring it to a vote.
Yeah, sorry, no issues with the motion either. I would just say I assume that anytime we apply for a grant, it's for something that we need. And if we can get money, then I agree with some of the other councillors saying that we will find the money in order to complete the project, because obviously it's something we need to do.
Just my final comment, we're coming up to AMO. You make delegations at AMO, as you know, Councillor Peltman. It's good for someone like me to know grants. We may be able to speak to specific ministers about a target out of that, rather than going in and saying, give us X amount of dollars, can you help us get this grant? So I think this would be useful. So we have a second motion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Motion that I probably spoke about when I announced that I was going to make it. Pretty simple. Now that I've motioned two other reports from the CAO, I'm thinking we should bring them all up in front of us on a spreadsheet, and we can decide what we want to leave, prioritize, or withdraw.
With your permission, I'll second that.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, any questions or comments? Councillor Wilsey.
Should this be something that maybe we want to bring up quarterly and review, just for all the motions that come out? Maybe this isn't a one-time thing. Maybe this is something we want to look at so that if something gets stale, we can take it off without getting a report.
Deputy Mayor.
I have no problem with that concept, and should council think that's a good idea, we'll just amend the motion. I'm fine to amending it.
Councillor Kennis.
Why don't we see what we get first and then?
Okay. I like the idea too, and I think we'll see what we get.
That's good with me.
Any other comments? Seeing none. Sorry, seeing none. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Next is the Building and Planning Department release of the 2024 Ontario Building Code. Motion to receive the report first. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Kennis. Director Huff, did you wish to speak to the report first?
Your Worship, the Chief Building Official, Connor McKechnie, is actually here to speak to it.
There he is. Welcome aboard.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. I'll keep this brief. The 2024 Ontario Building Code has been released. It comes into effect January 1st, 2025. However, there's a 3-month phase-in period. We haven't received the consolidated version of the document as of yet, so we're still working through the changes, but I've given a brief kind of highlight of what those changes will look like. The purpose of this is to harmonize construction codes across Canada so you can build the same way in BC as you can in Alberta, as you can in Ontario. That being said, there is a list of resources at the end of the report for our building community to help transition to the new code, as well as for our local builders. We'll be looking to hold a builders forum in the fall to help bring them through the changes that will affect housing construction. That's about it.
Okay. Any questions of Connor? Okay. Seeing none, we have a second motion to receive the report. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Swales Ave Public Highway dedication. Motion to receive the report. Councillor Kennis, second by Deputy Mayor. All in favor of receiving the report? Carried. Wish to speak to the report, Director.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a really brief report. It gets back to the origin of this development is through site plan agreement back in 2023. That site plan agreement does commit us and the developer to dedicating to the municipality the extension of the municipal right-of-way, and that we need to come forward with that and deem it as a public highway at this point in time. So this is the purpose of the report, and there is an associated bylaw deeming it as such accordingly. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Councillor Pammer.
I feel like I'm missing something, because you're recommending that we don't dedicate it, that we don't assume it, correct? Or am I not reading that correctly?
Yep. Director Huff.
Sorry, so the resolution is either that the dedication bylaw be forwarded and approved, or not forwarded and approved. Council can choose whether or not to dedicate the road. I'm recommending that we do, but I did provide two options to council because I understand council appreciates options.
Okay.
Any other comments? Did any councillor wish to make the motion one way or the other? Councillor Pelkman.
I'll make the motion that we do make it a public highway.
Okay, second, someone to second, Deputy Mayor. Comments? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Next is draft expression of interest for housing projects. Motion to receive the report first. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Hippel. All in favor of receiving the report? Carried. Director Huff, you want to speak to the report first?
Thank you, Chair. So this report follows on a number of previous reports to Council and really responding to Council expressing an interest to taking the lead on addressing the affordable housing issue in the area. And this is an important and key step, and I'll say also somewhat unique in the area, since typically the area housing service manager would act as a lead for housing matters on behalf of lower tiers. And so this is really an important step for the municipality. And so back in April 15th, 2024, there was some housing reports that were before Council, and as well, Council provided direction to staff to bring forward a draft expression of interest that would potentially consider using municipal surplus lands to for some sort of housing development, as well as to prepare a report that provides some additional details on 2 specific properties that Council indicated interest in pursuing. And those 2 properties were 480 Salisbury, as well as the vacant property at the corner of Bella and Francis. And so what I'm going to do is address essentially both those issues. So I'll first deal with some additional information on the 480 Salisbury and Bella and Francis property. And so in order to provide or to assess those properties in further detail, what we did is, number 1, property search through our files. We did title search. We also looked at, we deferred to the 2022 Parks and Recreation Master Plan. That policy document outlines a number of evaluation criteria that staff should look at to evaluate when there's a consideration of deeming parkland surplus. And so we used that criteria and evaluated both of those parcels. That evaluation is in the report, but what I'll do right now is just provide some high-level summaries of the things that we found. And so first is that essentially Strathroy is underserved by parkland generally. On a municipal-wide basis, we're good, but when it comes to Strathroy, there is some deficits. And in certain areas, so we actually have mapped out some of the existing and planned park areas and the 500-meter distance around those. And so we've noted for the Salisbury Street Park, certainly the removal of that green space, and I'm not talking the removal of the brand new playground, I'm only talking about the green space beside it, that there is additional parks existing and planned in that immediate neighborhood. And then with respect to the Bella and Francis Street, there really isn't another active neighborhood park within that 500-meter radius, and so it was the recommendation of the Director of Community Services that we keep some land, about just less than an acre, from that property for park use, and that the remaining lands would be available for housing, which would be approximately 2 acres. As well, from that evaluation, we did note that there's a recommendation that the neighborhoods of both those properties be consulted prior to such a project. There's no significant planning or engineering concerns with either proposal. As well, the Bella Francis Street property is still technically owned by the PUC, so that's just a legacy of a time when that was actually a municipal well field. And so before any transfers happened, if we go down that road, that would have to be dealt with, and it's typically by way of a bylaw that recognizes that the PUC is now owned by the municipality, and that's something we've done with previous properties in the municipality as well. So at that point, I will turn to the expression of interest. So one has been drafted. It's been drafted based on a number of other examples that I've gotten my hands on from other municipalities, and kind of combined the best of the options that I've seen. And some of the key pieces to that is that the key elements of the expression of interest is that number 1, I've provided for options in a variety of the ownership or sales options. Minimum affordable housing rate is 80% of the average market rent for at least 25 years. Not all of the units have to be affordable. but we are open to all types of housing on the continuum, but focusing on those on the more affordable end of things. We've noted a potential for incorporation of first floor community or commercial use at the Bella Francis Street, in particular, potentially a use for something like a daycare facility, which is also, I think, needed in the community. We've also noted there is CIP incentives available, so the municipality could provide some financial assistance. As well, the County of Middlesex has created an affordable rental housing guide, and so I've put reference into that might be of assistance to some of the proponents that would be interested in submitting an EOI for that. But this is an early draft, so we're certainly welcome to receive comments on it. Ultimately, staff has recommended, number one, that further public consultation happen, and two, the EOI could happen in two ways. So one option is that essentially release the EOI, as amended, as directed by council in the next short while. Or the other option is really to not release the EOI right away, but actually complete a variety of background development studies, so geotechnical and environmental site assessment, that sort of thing, to make that site even more development ready. So that could include even municipally rezoning the application, of the lands, and so that when an EOI or an RFP is released, we have more control over what that could be developed as. And so it's certainly done both ways by many different municipalities, which is why I wanted to bring that forward as an option for council to consider. So I think I'll leave it there, but happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, I know there's gonna be lots of questions. Can I start with one first? Because, and it's a good lead-in, Director. You mentioned the housing, the service manager. That's London, correct? You're speaking of London.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
So and this is going to be my question about the EOI, because London is the service manager for RGI units, and I just want to point out that we're concentrating on affordable, but is there room in there to talk about RGI? It's knowing the housing continuum, right? We hear more and more people in the community talking about RGI and rent geared to income. So I would just ask that, my request, that RGI be in there, because it would allow someone like London as a service manager to possibly put something in. So just my comment and request, but open it up to questions. And Councillor Palkman, your hand was up.
Yes, thank you. I attended the last Biz After Biz and ended up speaking to one of the lawyers that works here only on a Friday at Conan Hiley, and found out that she specializes in not-for-profit housing. And I don't know if anybody was reading the newspaper, but London just announced a big plan for the old St. Joe's Hospital site, and she was directly involved in that project.
You mean the Victoria Hospital one?
Oh, yes, sorry.
So
yes.
Right? Yep, sorry.
So when I'm reading this, the one thing that I really have a problem with is selling the land to a developer for $1, and then someone turning around and making a profit off of that. And I feel like we're missing a step. And I think that we need to investigate the process first of seeing if we can get someone other than a developer to do exactly the kind of thing that you're suggesting, because we are getting the rent reduced units, but we're not getting the lower end of the spectrum. So to me, I would like to suggest, I don't know if it's refer or defer this to the Strategic Planning Committee, which doesn't exist yet, but will probably by the end of the night, that we have a discussion about what our priorities are in regards to housing, so that we just don't divest ourselves of this land without thinking very carefully about what it is we actually want to get from it. And then and move there, because I know in the quick discussion that I had with the lawyer, some of what you're suggesting is that we do that background work first before an expression of interest is ever put out. I think that work is of immense value and will create the returns for the not-for-profit sector that I would be willing to give the land for to get the kind of housing that I think we need. But I don't really want to give away land to have a developer turn around and make a profit off of it.
Okay. I think Councillor Pammer, then you, Councillor Derbyshire, your hand was up already.
Yeah, just before I make a comment on Councillor Pelkman's, 1.3 and 1.5, I wondered if you could add lower than market rate home ownership. In both those, you only speak of rental options, but we could also look at home ownership options below market rate. And one of the criteria for that I have read is a minimum of 10% less than similar market housing, and that's for sale. So if we just want to make sure we're inclusive and we're covering all the potential things that could happen there, not just rentals. The other was, I do just want to say, I do like the idea. I want to keep it moving forward. I hear what Councillor Pelkman is saying, and maybe we do want to have this deferred or have some of it deferred to a committee. But I'm wondering if in the meantime, you could start the pre-development plan studies. I would be in support of that, just to get that rolling while we do further consultation amongst ourselves before we go out to an RFP.
Okay. I think Councillor Derbyshire, the Deputy Mayor, and I'll go this side of the room.
Okay, I'm gonna go through you to Director Huff, I think. First off, is this something we as a council and as a municipal council should be focused on? Is this in our wheelhouse at all? Or is this county level stuff?
Through the chair to...
And I'll take a crack at that one too.
Okay, to Councillor Derbyshire. So the province directs housing services to upper tiers, the area service managers. So housing is directed to an upper tier. It's not typically a lower tier municipality service, and I'll defer to.
Well, I just was going to correct you because the service manager, we're talking about rent RGI. We're talking about RGI and rent geared income, right? So that is given by the province to the upper tier. In this case, London, correct? So that we're just make sure we're all on the same page in that one, right? So it's RGI. That sorry, go ahead. And social housing, for lack of a better word.
So I think sort of to build on what Director Huff said, typically the province sees the county as the deliverer of housing. Whereas I would say there have been some shifts recently where lower tiers are getting involved, but from a money perspective and a sort of directive, it goes from the province to the county.
Yep. Councillor Derbyshire.
Okay, just to follow up with that then. So we're gonna take our tax dollars and our ratepayers and our assets, and we're gonna put it to pay for other people's housing. That's what we're doing. If you're gonna sell this for $1 and we're gonna see no profit from the asset which has been obtained by the ratepayer of this municipality. Now, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm just saying, as a ratepayer and as a taxpayer, and from what I've heard out and about is, I don't want to pay for somebody else's housing. That's what I've heard. That sounds terrible and people can be upset about it. But if we're stepping out of our wheelhouse to try to do this, then we need to go back into our lane and appeal to the correct channels that do deal with this and work within those means and try not to be trendsetters here when this might not be the best time to be setting and spending money on geothermal and all these other surveys, when this money should be better used on maybe somewhere like Hall Road, something along those lines.
Go to Councillor Pammer, then, then the Deputy Mayor, then we'll get to this side of the room.
Just to respond to Councillor Derbyshire's concerns, we haven't said yet that the land would definitely be given. In fact, it could be sold, and we could see a profit from the sale of that land. So nothing has been, you know, written in stone, so to speak, that that's the way it's going to roll. In terms of the upper tier, from my involvement working in housing and supportive housing with the county, is the county is responsible for emergency shelter, which they take care of. And then London Middlesex Housing is responsible for rent geared income. So I personally don't have thought we were going to stay away from that area, because you're right, that is the upper tier's responsibility. And all I was proposing in my motion to get this started was that we look at different ways we could incentivize some more affordable, but not like shelter or RGI, because that's the upper tier's responsibility, but encourage some more affordable development in our community.
Yep. So we'll go to Deputy Mayor. So Councilor Derbyshire, to this side too.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm really happy to hear what Councillor Palmer just brought forward, because it's along the lines of what I was going to say. So just in clarification, 21st of November 2023 County Council, community housing units in the county in total 564, with 301 of those being rent geared to income. And I brought this back during one of the county council reports. In Mount Bridges, currently we have 16 units, 4 of them rent geared to income. In Strathroy, London Middlesex Housing has 236 units, 156 of them rent geared to income. So through London Middlesex Housing, which we pay taxes towards the county, we right now are being serviced, probably a little light in Ward 2 as compared to Ward 1, but overall we have the greatest proportion of county housing than any other community in the county. Does that make sense? Certainly London gets about 80–85% of it, I believe, Your Worship. You sit on the board. And when that other percentage, small percentage, comes back to the county, we get over 50% of it. So we do have quite a bit of rent geared to income in Strathroy. And I do agree with Councillor Palmer that what we're missing is that next level of affordable, attainable, if that's the right word, housing. And I think that's what this motion drives forward for. So I'm in favor of the motion, but the rent geared to income I would leave with the county through London Middlesex Housing.
I see Councillor Brandon and Councillor Cass. Yep, Councillor Brandon.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Yeah, very interesting. I think what I want to throw into the mix here is that when we're looking at these two properties, 480 Salisbury and the Francis Street and Bella Street, I'm wondering if it might be a good idea, and maybe strategically, maybe more administratively easier to handle idea, to just go with one of these properties rather than trying to do two at the same time. And on first blush, when we take a look at this, I'm looking at Francis Street and Bella. You get a park and you get a development. And it looks like that's an area of town that could use a park. And it might be smart for council to just pursue one of these properties. I'm going to suggest Francis Street and Bella. See how that goes, see what happens. If it went all the way through to completion and we had a big success with it, then we'd say, wow, that's amazing. This council has done something great. And then at that point, if you had a good success, you might take a look at other properties around town. One might be 480 Salisbury. And with a success under your belt, you might then have a more appreciative audience when you suggest maybe going 480 Salisbury. So I'm just thinking that if we were to go ahead with this, I'd like to modify it, that we just look at the Francis Street and Bella for the moment, and then put Salisbury Street on the side burner for down the road. And it might make things less complicated and administratively easier to deal with one thing at a time rather than two. So that's just my suggestion. Thank you.
I think Councillor Canis and Councillor Hippel.
Yeah, I'm kind of all over the place on this one. I think it's a good idea. I think that we need to get advice from those that have experience in this area. You know, when I think of some of the not-for-profit developers out there, like Indwell, I mean, if you could get like a company like Indwell, I don't know how many of you are familiar with them, but they're doing a lot of work they started in Hamilton, but they've done a couple of big projects in London and St. Thomas as of late. You know, they've got a great reputation in the community, and they are a not-for-profit, and so, you know, I think if we can do something like that, or talk to them to see what kind of interest to get involved in a project like this, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm a little concerned about spending a bunch of money on studies, because I think that's kind of what happened at Caradoc Housing. I think we started there looking at a bunch of different ways of doing things, and spent a fair bit of money on a number of options, and those options didn't happen, and so that money got rolled into something else, and so it's snowballed into a fair bit of money that was owed before a hole was dug, and I think that's, you know, I think that's one of the issues that has belabored that project over the years. Now it's done, and we'll move on with that one, but I don't think, not because as I think Councillor Derbyshire said, the expertise isn't here in the municipality, and I'm concerned of us getting into something that we lack the expertise on. So if we're going to someone to get advice on how to do this, I think it's a good idea, but I don't want to spend a lot of money chasing something that we don't know what we're chasing at the moment, and so I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Councillor Hippel.
Wow, I feel like Frank and I were thinking along the exact same lines. Yeah, so you know what, instead of repeating everything what Councillor Kennis just said, what I am going to throw in, it was just a tiny bit, because Deputy Mayor McGuire had mentioned, you know, we have a lot, the numbers are very high in Strathroy versus Mount Bridges, and that's telling, because Mount Bridges isn't made for that. It's not an area that would be a positive experience for that type of housing, for anything like that. So I think that's a good thing. So I don't want anybody going, oh my gosh, we need more. That's not what we need. That's not, it doesn't work there. Strathroy has all the, I mean, yes, we're all one municipality before anyone jumps at me, but Strathroy is set up, we've got, everything is here. So it just makes more sense. I have had a few people come up to me and talk to me this past weekend about this, actually, saying how important it was, but my gosh, do we know anything about it? And I didn't have an awful lot of information, because it's not something I know an awful lot about, and exactly what a couple of the councillors have already said, it's not something we want to be spending an awful lot of money on when we don't know exactly what we're doing yet, and it would be good to have some advice before we do that. Anyways, I'm just reiterating what he's saying, what Councillor Kennis is saying, so I'm going to be quiet now.
Okay. And go to Councillor Wilsey, Councillor Pelton, then we'll go to Councillor Derbyshire. Yep. Councillor Wilsey.
So there's been a lot of good points. I'm agreeing with most of them. The biggest thing that I haven't heard is I'm looking at the bottom of the planning report, and it talks about the sanitary and the servicing requirements and how things are going to be upgraded. If we are going to do something with a nonprofit where we maybe decrease the price of the land and help them out, but then we have to upgrade a pumping station, or we have to do all these development charges, we don't know what the costs are going to be to upgrade that sanitary. We don't have any reports or how many units. Like, we don't know any of that. So I'm afraid that if we sell land cheaply and we don't have the money back to do these investments, and then we're going to let them use our CIP program, which is more money for the municipality, and we're giving them all these benefits to build it, which is great to get nonprofit housing. But all we're really doing is we're just taxing taxpayers to build other people's houses, which I really don't think I can agree with. We need more information, I think, before we can go ahead. I'm in agreement with Councillor Pelkman. I think we should move this to the strategic planning initiative, and we need to discuss what our actual goals are, what we're going to put forward, and just make sure that we have a good idea of what we want to do. If not, we're just going ahead. Now, if we can do all the testing, but we did all the testing for an arena already, and we're talking about that later tonight. Councillor Kenneth mentioned we did all the testing and then just ended up going ahead with Caradoc Place. We're doing lots of testing and different things and lots of engineering studies. I can think of Park House and Troops, and I'm sure there's 5 or 6 other ones that we're doing. And we talk about Hull Road, those are all multi-million-dollar projects that we need to make sure we have the budget for too. I just don't know if we need to add another one to that list.
Okay, Councillor Derbyshire, Councillor Pelkman, and Councillor Palmer, then somebody needs to bring a motion, I'll bring one. Councillor Derbyshire.
Okay, I just wanted to kind of add, even on that, if we do focus on the one beside the police station, if we do decide to expand the police station in 20 years, we now have no more room to grow there. Like I do believe that it should move to somewhere else where we can discuss this, not sitting here. So what I was going to do is I will put a motion forward that it moves to the strategic planning, and we don't.
I'll second that.
We don't do anything else here.
Yep. Got a second motion, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried.
Sorry. Didn't ask for questions.
Sorry. We'll be here till 2 tomorrow. Zoning bylaw update, the status report.
Before you move on.
Yeah, sorry, sir.
Can we include in that we invite that person from Kona Highly to speak to council on what knowledge she has about not-for-profit housing?
Yeah, make a motion there, Councillor.
Okay, then I'll make a motion that sorry, I can't remember her name now, but that we invite the specialist for not-for-profit housing to speak to council on the issues surrounding what we can do as a municipality to assist in developing not-for-profit housing.
At the committee, though.
Hey, someone second your motion. Deputy Mayor, any questions, concerns? Councillor Palmer?
Just wondering if Councillor Pelkman meant that she would do a presentation to the committee, not here at a council meeting.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Councillor Derbyshire.
Yeah, and I guess my only thing with that is, as long as she's coming in with, like, I would like a clear definition as to what us, as this municipality, as Strathroy-Caradoc, with the county over top of us, what we are, where our lane is and where it's not. What exactly we are to be doing and what we're not to be doing, and kind of where those, because I hear a lot of Hamilton, this, that, and the other thing, but they should be doing all their own stuff, right? We possibly should not be doing that stuff. So.
We have a second motion, a comment. Is that a question, Councillor?
No, sorry.
Pre-voting, Councillor Kenneth.
I guess a question, not to be petty, but you bring in a person like this, are they a paid person, or are they, do they appear free of charge to these types of things? How is their,
I guess maybe the word we should use is invite.
Invite is the right word, okay. Invite denotes pro bono. We have the second motion, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. The zoning bylaw update, motion to receive the report for information. Councillor Kenneth, second by Brennan, second by Councillor Palmer. Wish to speak to the report? Councillor Director Huff.
Thank you, Chair. So this report is intended to provide council with a status update of this project. Council will recall seeing it at the time that we issued the tender back in early December. Since then, we've worked through the project contract. In January, there was a number of mapping and background studies that were exchanged to the proponent, J.L. Richards, for them to begin the project. However, at the same time, in January, we also received an appeal on OPA 14. And so this has kind of complicated the work plan for that project because we wouldn't want to undertake housekeeping changes to the zoning for matters that are under appeal. And so we've essentially had to break out the work plan into 2 phases. So the first phase, dealing with all of the technical housekeeping and legislative requirements, updates. And then after the appeal is completed, we're hoping in 2025, we'll complete the second phase. So the first phase is about to begin in earnest. There'll be some communication items that go out this week, if not early next week, both to council, but also members of the public. And we are scheduling our kickoff meeting for a special meeting of council on June 24th. So that meeting, there'll be a discussion paper before council to receive. And at that point, we'll be receiving comments from council and the public and opening things up to a broader public consultation program, if you will. It's anticipated that the first phase of the project will be completed by end of November of this year. So I'll leave it there, but happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay, Councillor Wilsey.
In the report that we saw last meeting, one of the last line items in your summary about the provincial planning statement that came through said that, at least how I recall it, is that all local planning and zoning had to comply with the provincial planning statement even if they don't and they won't override. How does that affect the zoning and what we're doing with the appeal and everything else? Because I'm a little bit, there's a lot going on there and I just don't know how it works.
It's a good question, Councillor Wilsey, through the chair. So typically though, what I'll say is changes to the PPS, that will certainly have an impact on the official plan. And so typically the regulations in the zoning aren't directly correlated to changes at policy at that high level. However, the government has also introduced Bill 185, which is making some further changes, potentially, that could impact the zoning regulation. So we know this is going to be a 2-phase process. We're going to complete as many of the changes as we possibly can in light of the legislation that's in effect now, but also that's in effect during the process of the first phase. And then anything that needs to be done after that will get picked up in the second phase. Unfortunately, we can't just continue to wait for the changes. We're going to move ahead, and then we'll just continue to update things as we need to after that.
Any further questions? Okay, see none. All in favor of receiving the report? Opposed, if any? Carried. Community Services, the Strathroy Lions Club request of waiving of registration fees. Motion to receive the report. Councilor Brennan, second by Councilor Kennis. All in favor? Carried. Director Lilmore, did you wish to speak to the report?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just quickly, on March 18th council received this request from the Strathroy Lions Club, which was directed to the Community Development Advisory Committee meeting of April 9th. At that meeting, the discussions revolved around a already in process program called the Fee Reduction Request Form. That came in action in 2014 after staff brought forward a report listing $200,000 plus of free room space provided to not-for-profits and other members of the broader community. At that time, council agreed that a 25% reduction from the posted rate be phased in over 3 years, and that was back in 2014. So we're now at anybody that wants a reduction in fees and they're not for profit and they meet the criteria and the conditions, they automatically get a 25% reduction. Staff suggested at CDAC that we offer this to the Lions Club and move forward from there. Some of the concern at the CDAC meeting was if we offer a free space to the Lions Club, then all of the other not-for-profits should be eligible for the same waiving of a fee if requested and so on. So CDAC made the recommendation to follow the current program already in existence. While staff was reviewing the fee reduction form, we've made some suggestions to provide some greater clarity with regards to what is actually available for fee reduction, so, which includes now event space. So if someone wants to have a booth at the market, or if someone wants to have a booth at Ribfest, that kind of thing.
Any questions, comments? Councillor Pelkman.
Yes, thank you. So while appreciating what the Lions Club does for the community, I think we also have to recognize that the municipality is bearing the cost of putting on the market. And without us bearing the cost, there wouldn't be those people down there for them to make money off of in the first place. So I think what the director is recommending is good, solid advice. I think that they should be eligible certainly for the 25% discount, but I don't think because we're experiencing a bunch of costs that they should get it for free.
Any other comments? Councillor Brad.
I agree with Councillor Pelkman, and just to get a motion on the floor, I would move that Council approve CDAC's recommendations and that Council approve the revised fee reduction request. I will be looking for a seconder to get it on the floor for discussion and a vote.
Yep, second, Councillor Palmer. Any other further discussion? Councillor Derbyshire.
Sorry, I threw you guys to council in general. I do agree. The Lions clubs in general, I do believe have done so much for our community as Strathroy-Caradoc as a whole. You know, when you look around at most parks and anything that were built and then turned over, were turned over by the Lions Club. You know, that is kind of one of the things that they have done in this community. So, I mean, I don't know what the number, 25%, whether that's enough reduction for them or not, but I do want to make that clear with the Lions clubs that when you do look around at most of the parks and stuff that are here because of the Lions Club.
Any other, excuse me, comments or concerns? Councillor Canis.
I don't disagree, but again, it's a slippery slope because there's other clubs like Rotary that have donated, I don't know, $200,000 to the skateboard thing, and the Optimists have done things, and so I think if you show too much to one, they will all be at the door. So.
Okay. Any other comments? See, now we have a second motion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Request to hire a Parks and Facilities temporary worker. Motion to receive the report first. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Derbyshire. Wish to speak to the report, the request, Director Fillmore.
Thank you, Your Worship. The report in front of you this evening, I should mention that at the time of writing the report, it was management's understanding that 2 employees would be off at the same time. I did identify in the report that depending on the medical advice would determine how long these individuals will be off. One individual is off currently, and currently is identified to come back at the end of the month, but it is a month-to-month basis. So we don't have certainty that the employee will be coming back at the end of the month. Then the next employee will be going off. So staff brought this report forward as a bit preemptive, because if we do have 2 staff off at the same time, it will have a significant impact to the level of service that we provide the community, as well as the stress levels to staff and their mental health as well. So I'm available for any questions should council have any.
Any questions? Councillor Derbyshire.
I'm going to make a motion we go for option 3. I'm going to make a motion that we go for option 3.
Okay, someone to second the motion. Councillor Brandon. Any comments, concerns? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I was actually in favor of option 2. What I do notice in option 3, which I was leaning towards, but the last line says, nonetheless, staff believe that 2 positions are excessive for short-term relief. So it seems to me that staff are suggesting that 1 is where we need to be.
Do you wish to comment on that? Before then we'll go to...
Certainly, Your Worship, thank you. Staff chose option 2 mainly because of the uncertainty of the length of the short-term leaves. So one employee is currently off on a month-to-month basis, could be coming back at the end of May. The next employee who's going off is actually going in for a lot more extensive process, which will be off for several months. So regardless of the situation, if the one employee comes back at the end of the month, we're still going to be short an employee for the summer. That being said, we've been able to manage in the past with 1 staff out of the operation. It does have an effect on the other staff members. They lose weekends because they do have to come in and cover the weekends that the individual who was off was going to be covering. It does have a tendency to increase sick time, but staff felt because of the uncertainty of the length of the one individual, that 1 would be sufficient. Yeah, that's, I'll leave it there.
Okay. Councillor Heppel, Councillor Brandon, did you have a question after? Go with Councillor Heppel first. Okay. Yep.
Okay. So through yourself to Director Littlemore. So you recommended, I get the situation you're in. You recommended option 2, and I get it. And actually that's where I was leaning towards as well. But at the same time, I mean, it's hard because you don't have a crystal ball. And, you know, month to month, that's a really difficult thing. And you're not a doctor either. So like, it just really depends on what transpires there. But I guess what I'm saying is when I'm reading it, option 2, it seems to make more sense to me until you say that people are going to be working every weekend and it puts a strain on their mental health and being sick because they're, you know, working all weekend or every weekend and they don't have any time off. So even though you're recommending option 2, option 3 might be better. But if we went with option, I'm throwing all this out here. We went with option 3 and this particular person comes back after 1 month and says, woohoo, I'm all ready to go and we're really excited about that. Then this temporary worker, we have that extra, so we have 2 temporary workers at that point, if this is the option we went with. And then, so we have 1 extra person. Is this like, does that extra person have a job to do? Like, how does that all work? This is where I'm going.
Yeah, let Councillor Brandon and Councillor
Through your worship to Councillor Hill, we have work for the individual to do. There is no shortage of work. If you just walk the parks right now, we're cutting the sports fields twice a week and we still have hay fields. With the moisture we're getting and the heat units we're receiving, Councillor Derbyshire would appreciate, the growth is crazy. And that prevents us from getting to line trimming and pruning of trees and garbage pickup and all of those other things that tend to build up. So if you're asking me if we were to hire the 2 temporary workers, would they both fully be employed? Absolutely they would be.
That's what I was asking.
Councillor Brandon and Councillor Pelkman.
I seconded the motion for option 3 to get it on the floor, and also I have a question, and I guess it has to do with the flexibility that option 3 would give to the director if we made a small tweak to it. Because you're not sure if someone's coming back at the end of the month or not, I thought you need some flexibility. So I wonder if option 3 could just be modified to say hire up to 2 temporary workers for 6 months. The idea being that you're going to hire the one that you know you're going to need, and then when you find out on that month-to-month basis, if the other person's coming back or not, then you'd have the green light if required to hire the second one. So I like the idea of option 3 with a bit of flexibility, and I'd be looking to see if the mover would be willing to accept a friendly amendment that option 3 would say hire up to 2 temporary workers as required, and we'll just leave it at that. And if it turns out you need to get 2, you get 2. If you only need to get 1, you get 1.
Councillor Derbyshire? Yeah, and Councillor Paul. Did you agree to the amendment, Councillor Turner?
It's a friendly amendment.
Yeah, friendly amendment. Yep, okay. Councillor Paul.
Before he agrees, I would like to say there's a significant onboarding cost to hiring an individual, and to me, option 3 gives us at least a little bit of payback for the onboarding cost of bringing somebody on that we get them for 6 months. I agree with Rob, there's no shortage of work. Plus we get someone a little bit of permanency by giving them 6 months, because you're not gonna hire anybody decent for 2 months. The other point that I wanted to make is that, and I'm sure the deputy mayor will remember these conversations from our police days, is that, people make plans for their lives, and, the rec department does a lot of stuff on the weekends already, right? So any tournaments happen on the weekends, special events happen on the weekends. You've got the market every Saturday. So when we deter the people, their ability to take time to do something with their families, I think that affects the quality of the people we get on a long-term basis, and I think we have to be careful about that. And while yes, this is a one-off, we're kind of hearing that it's not a one-off, that there's been situations before where they've been running short, and so if you run short all the time, then it's not a one-off anymore. So I would prefer we leave option 3 exactly the way it is. Let's hire the 2 people. We're only talking about $8,000 a year. It's not a large sum of money, but it probably pays us more return for the significant cost we're going to incur on bringing somebody on board and training them to do the job.
Okay. I think Director Payne wished to speak, so that's Director Payne.
Thank you, Council. I haven't said anything all night, so I thought I'd participate. I think it's important to note that Council will not be locked in. So if Director Loborn hires 2, and say the work dries up, excuse the pun, you're not locked in for that 6 months. So when I write the contract, I write it that it can be terminated at any time. If there's no work, then we can end that contract immediately. So just want to make you aware that we're not locked into that time period. So.
Okay. And
my first comment was going to be that Director Payne was going to get to him, but I do want to ask your worship, budget-wise, can it be carried within the recreation budget if we do the 2?
Director,
thank you.
Through the chair to Deputy Mayor McGuire, we would be able to fund this through the current operating budget. It may mean that we may need to not spend a couple other budget lines to make it work. So an example being we have $35,000 in the tree budget, or we have $50,000 in a open spaces consultant or something like that. We may need to shave back those lines, but we'll manage that. We'll manage it.
Okay. Councillor Wilsey.
I just wanted to just make sure that we're right when we look at the cost. Because when we look at the paragraph right above the financial implications, it says the cost of a worker is $38,935. And then the benefits are $8,235. So when we go down to financial implications, it's only talking about that benefits number. So I would just like clarification on how the other $30,000 in the previous paragraph relates to each of the workers and how that's covered.
Director Loborn.
So through the chair to Councillor Wilsey, that's an excellent question. The municipality self-funds its short-term disability. So we have a reserve fund specified for these sort of situations. The only cost that would have to be absorbed by the operating budget would be the benefits. So the additional $30,000 per employee that you're referring would be funded through our short-term disability reserve fund.
Okay. one more that we should bring this one to a vote.
I no question. I'm just gonna clarify, we're going back to the original option 3 and roll with that.
Roll with that.
Okay.
And let the heat units, all in favor of the original motion. Carried. I'm very impressed you knew what a heat unit was, so that's good.
Married to a farmer, you better.
Expression of interest, Mount Bridges Arena. Motion to receive the report first. Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Wilsey, all in favor, carried. Director Littleborn.
Thank you, Your Worship. The report in front of you now is just a short little report with regards to the expression of interest. A little bit of a breakdown of what staff referred to in the report as 2 viable candidates, one being New Stadia Recreation and the other one Plenary. They both bring something to the table, although different. New Stadia brings an approach of various models of ownership as well as operations. They've developed a consortium team already. They've laid out the stages of the project from spanning the design, delivery, finance, and operation, where Plenary, their proposal positioned themselves more as a broker, which means that they would be brokering and would oversee the project's financial aspects, design and construction. And we took the proposal as the municipality would be taking over the operation upon the completion. So staff have provided a multitude of options for council to review. I should also mention that at the last Mount Bridges Arena Committee meeting, they did put forward a subsequent proposal suggesting that council collaborate with the TTA board to devise a strategy for the ongoing management operation of Tri-Township Arena. So I'll just leave it there in case there's any questions.
Any questions? Councillor Pelfrey.
Yes, thank you. I'll expand a little bit on the conversation that happened at the Arena Committee. Certainly, I think that when you were reading the New Stadia report in particular, their vision is that don't narrow your scope down so much that it limits what you can achieve. Think bigger so that you can draw in private interests. So like maybe if you had multiple sports fields tied into an arena, then you have potential for restaurant traffic all year round, which would draw in a potential private investor. Certainly we've had some conversation in the past around council about establishing a municipal property that had multiple functions, whether it be a works yard, fire hall, recreation center, those kinds of things that we all know need to happen in the Mount Bridges area at some point, and does not need to be in the urban area. If I believe I asked that question, those municipal buildings would not have to be included in the urban area even if they're serviced, correct?
Yes, provided that they are continuing to be maintained by the municipality and not under different ownership.
Perfect. So having a municipal facility is something that sparked a lot of interest and discussion at the committee meeting, as opposed to limiting ourselves to one site, which effectively would probably kill the New Stadia concept as they developed in multiple places. So yeah, I just thought I'd bring that forward, and that if that's the way that council agrees we should be looking towards, then we definitely need a plan with the Tri-Township Arena to make sure we maintain an active and working arena in Mount Bridges, and that we start looking for or planning for a site someplace to house these facilities, and that would include discussions with any of the people that answer our expression of interest.
Councillor Hippel.
Thank you. So this is just comments. I also sit on the arena board committee. So anyone that saw the word Nastadia pretty much had a heart attack. That anyone that lived in the area of Mount Bridges probably had a heart attack, because Nastadia originally were the ones that said that the area of Mount Bridges didn't need an arena. This is a completely different thing. So let's wipe that out, because council did not agree with their original findings, and we moved forward. We absolutely know that Mount Bridges needs an arena. So let's just say that now. We know that. It does. But what we're looking at is we're looking at the future. We're not looking at today, we're not looking at tomorrow, I'm not looking at 2025. We are looking down the road, because we don't have $35 million, we don't have $25 million. Taxpayers don't have that. This isn't something we're just gonna pull out of the pockets and say to the taxpayers, guess what, we need this. There's no federal funds for us, there's no provincial funds for us. We don't have the money that we're just gonna be pulling out of these grants and subsidies. It's just not happening. Not right now, it's not happening. But it doesn't mean it's not going to. Councillor Pelkman is absolutely on the money. We're looking at several different things that need to be done in Mount Bridges. We're looking at, you know, if you're going to build something, you want to build not just an ice pad, you want to build something that's going to work for the whole entire area. It's not just going to be one thing. And I mean, it's so you're going to have a community center, you're going to have soccer fields, baseball diamonds. We need a fire department. We need lots of things that are very, very important. But we do have to have an arena. So saying that, I think the best thing, I think this is what we decided when we talked. I mean, we have to work hand in hand with the Tri-Township Arena. I mean, we need the Tri-Township Arena at this point to last us while we are putting something together for the future, while we are hoping that these grants are coming down federally, provincially, while we're possibly looking at fundraising down in the future as well. There's so many things that we need to do, but at the end of the day, for everyone involved, for everyone listening, if they are, if they're not, whatever, but we know that an arena is necessary. We're keeping it. We're not getting rid of it. It's not going anywhere. What we do need to do is we need to keep it in the best possible condition that we can, so that we can have all the user groups there using it, and for it to survive while we are looking at the bigger picture for the future. You know that this has been a really big thing in a lot of people's worlds, and I mean, there's so many other things that are extremely important as well, but let's be honest, we know that we're not getting rid of it. So let's work with the Tri-Township. Let's put some money in so that we can have the Tri-Township Arena be the best it can be, upgrades, everything we need to do, work with the board, and then in the meantime, let's get something ready. I don't know what that involves, so please don't keep me to we have to do one thing or another. But I mean, we need to get something ready for, in 10 years from now, when funds come down, and I'm hoping they do, that we're ready to go. Anyways, that's my rant.
Thank you. I just got excuse me, because I would like to get something on the floor. So I can indulge me. I want to bring a motion and we get something to discuss, that council directs staff to execute option B, which is deal with new stadia. And further, the council work with the Tri-Township Arena Board to work on a plan regarding the continued operation of Tri-Township Arena as recommended by the Mount Bridges Arena Committee. If I get a seconder for that, Councillor Hippel, we can open it up for discussion now. Councillor Derbyshire.
Okay, so now that that option's on the floor, I guess one of my questions would be is, so now are you turning this over to council to run and the arena board is disbanded and no more? Because that says council's doing Nutella or whoever they are. New Stadia. Nutella's a spread, I know.
Yeah. I'll let Councillor Polk.
Yeah, I'll respond to that as chair of the arena committee. I think the reality is the budget implications make it a council issue. We had established the arena committee based on the preferred option that was kind of made from a motion from the previous council, and we needed just to move forward and to keep working on something, and then the $35 million price tag came out, and that pretty much deflated the balloon in the conversation. So now it becomes an issue of this has to fit in with council's budget priorities and where it's going to lay in a medium or a long-term solution in conjunction with other items that have since come forward since that original motion in the previous council that also need to happen in Mount Bridges.
Not to cut you short, I just asked.
No, go ahead, yep.
Are we disbanding the arena and the council now takes over this project? Or?
Disbanding the arena committee.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
I think the emotion was that we were pausing.
We will pause.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, and one follow up then, Councillor.
You guys were paused. Then these things came forward, obviously, to the arena committee. Then you had a meeting. Now you're back here saying, we found all this stuff, we want to do something. Go to the Tri-Township, which I sit as an alternative on that board. We were already planning that you weren't having an arena. So we're already setting that thing up to not be high class, but at least to maintain for 10 years. So I guess when I read through this, I'm just kind of like, this sounds to me like an arena committee board trying to put together something for an arena that I don't even really know. Like, even to say we're turning this over to council now, what exactly are we turning over?
If you don't mind, I'll try to answer. I think Councilor Derbyshire, we're trying to do with the last part on the keeping.
Well, the other part of that is there's only 3 of us that aren't on the arena board.
Yeah.
There's 4 or 5 of you that sit on it. So essentially there's, what's going on. There's a handful of us that are like, we've never seen any of these things or discussed it. So where are we at?
Yeah. No, I think what we're trying to do, was to formalize a request from council, because Tri-Township Arena does sit as a separate board entity. So all we're trying to do is formalize a request from council. You have discussed it. Like, the town council, please come back, because the capital does need to come back to, so we're just trying to make a formal request of the arena board to come back with something to council. Yeah.
So here's where I'm lost.
The Tri-Township.
Tri-Township, I apologize, Tri-Township.
The arena committee.
No, Tri-Township, we're making a formal request of Tri-Township, come back to this council with any capital requests you may need to keep the arena functional.
So the arena board's asking the council to ask the Tri-Township to come back with a formal agreement to give to council, not to the arena board.
Right, the
All
council.
right, and to work with new stadia.
That'd be council working with new stadium.
But it's all, I guess to me, it seems like we've got a bunch of stuff going on and.
Yep, that's fine.
It
Yep,
doesn't.
we gotta get there, because we're gonna go to other 2 people. Deputy Mayor, then Councilor Pammer.
My question to council and to yourself, your worship, is why are we doing anything with new stadia at this point in time if we're going to keep Tri-Township going for a period of time? That seems to be the focus. But we're nowhere close to doing anything with new stadia. We don't have a site. So we may be doing that in a couple of years. Be nice to be doing it during this time of council, but we're not there right now. So directing staff to engage with new stadia, I'm confused as to why we were doing that. I think we should just be referring this over to Tri-Township Arena Board, get some ideas from that board as to what it would take to bring that up to a better arena, a better standard. Of course, that comes back to this council, decisions will be made, and I would say at the end of the day, it's not money wasted, because in my view, that building is never going anywhere. Even if we do move an arena out of there in 10 years' time, that building will be repurposed, and so the money we put into it is not wasted money. That's how I see it. I'm not sure why we're doing anything with new stadia.
Yeah. Councillor Pammer.
My sentiments exactly. I would like to see this motion broken into two for the same reasons. I mean, I would like to see from the Tri-Township Arena Board I'd like to see a plan on how we can continue to operate that for the short to medium future, because I think everybody here would agree that the bigger project is, you know, in the horizon. And I don't know why we would engage with any company at this point. If anything, I would be amenable to putting it at the strategic priorities group, because it sounds like we don't have a really clear picture. There's a lot of moving parts. Where would it be? Do we want to have a fire hall? All those things, it's a much, much bigger discussion. I think before we start engaging third parties in that discussion, we need to have a really clear idea of what we want that future to look like. So I would like to see this broken into two motions, and my vote would be that we don't do anything for the first part, but we work forward with the Tri-Township Arena Board to see their plan.
Councillor Wilson.
I was putting my hand up for a while to say the same thing that the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Pammer had said. When I walked out of the Arena Board meeting, my thought of our direction forward was that we weren't going ahead with any of the expressions of interest because it was too premature and we needed to get budget from council. That was what I walked out of the meeting thinking the board had decided. And then I saw this. I've been really surprised, and this kind of bothered me over the weekend to see how things from the discussion we had turned into this. I don't see how the two line up. Listening to the other members of the board, sounds like I might have been mistaken and didn't understand what the board did. But with that, I like that the two things being split. I think we should definitely keep the Tri-Township Arena going for as long as we can. We've talked around this horseshoe tonight about other studies we've put forward that we don't have the money to do anything with. Why would we do another study and engage a company when it's not in our short-term plan? If it's 5 years out, any study we do now isn't going to be any good anymore anyways. So I'd support Councillor Pammer's motion to split this up into two separate and vote separately on them.
So I brought the motion. I'll be amenable to splitting them into two. I forget who seconded it. Councillor Hippel, I'll be amenable to splitting them into two. So I'll deal with the first one. The council directs staff to execute option B. So someone to bring a motion, I'll still bring that motion. Someone to second.
Could we put, I think Councillor Pammer said bringing it to the oh my gosh, I'm going to say Nutella, strategic committee, plan committee. Could we perhaps put that in as part of?
Sure, I'll give you my thoughts.
Okay.
There's no cost to going back to this company and come back and say, what can you do for us? Like Director Lilburn, so this is just an RFP. So we're just continuing fishing, and you don't know what would come out of that. 90%, nothing may come out, but for lack of sending it back to them to see what could you do, because I will note today that the rate of inflation's down, which is going to push down the interest rate. And as Councillor Pelkman said, they have said bigger scope of the project. So what I'm saying is let them come back to us with something. This isn't going to cost us a dime. If at the end of it we don't like what they come back with, I think just closing the loop to premature when it doesn't cost us anything, just to have somebody come back, say this is what they'd like to do, and if after that there's nothing, and if there's a cost, but I just don't see a problem, let's be honest, with going to somebody, come back, show us what you can do, because you don't know what you might see. And I agree, all those hurdles are out there, you know, the land and all those hurdles. And even with an expression of interest in a proposal, it could take 5 or 6 years to But all I would like to see, I'll leave it up to council. Let somebody tell us what they may be able to do with this for us. Yeah, Councillor Cannon.
So I think all of the option things are like pie in the sky thing. I think what we really need to do tonight is, I think everybody's been around it, is we need to get the Tri-Township Arena people to come up with a plan to keep the arena open for, if it's 10 years, what's that gonna cost? Because that's the meat and potatoes of it. Everything else is a dream. So the rest, if New Stadia comes back and they've got a plan, and as long as it doesn't cost us any money, then I think it's always good to get information.
That's a lot.
But beyond that, I think the real item is for everybody out there, is that we want to keep Tri-Township Arena open, and what's that gonna cost to do that, so.
Councillor Derbyshire, that we should bring this.
I will. I totally agree with Councillor Kennis. I would just like to say that some of the problem is when we bring these nice ideas back and show people beautiful pictures of things, they get ideas, they get excited, and we can't fulfill them, which is going to make people even more mad. That here's this thing and you're not willing to spend for it. It's not that we're not willing, it's not in the cards for this many years. That's what I worry about with, it's like giving hope, right? Like we are going fishing and then, you don't take the kids. It's like, well, eventually they're gonna be like, they're not ever going fishing.
Yeah, and we'll bring this one to a vote and we'll go to the second one.
Thank you. So I agree with Councillor Derbyshire. I do. I do. And this, I've been fighting this for a long time because every time someone says something about the arena, they're like, oh, no, you're closing it, and the same thing. They saw what we had. They went to the community center, and oh my gosh, the things that they wrote down, what they wish they had, it was crazy. And then they're like, okay, so when are you spending the money? Well, oh my gosh, we're not spending the $35 million. So I get what you're saying, but here's my worry. Absolutely, the main priority, the main focus is let's get Tri-Township up to par, let's get it moving, let's make sure we're going for 10 years. But I absolutely do not want to forget that moving forward, we are going to need something. So I don't want people thinking that, okay, well, they're just gonna throw a few million in once Tri-Township board comes back with the plan, and then that's it. And then in 10 years from now, they're just gonna say, they're gonna end up closing it and they're gonna forget about it because there's more important things. I just want people to know this isn't what we're doing. It's still a priority. I think this is all I'm saying. That's it.
Okay. Well, we had a motion, we can vote it down, so we had a second. Second motion, Councillor Hippel. Okay, so you have a motion that council directs staff to execute option B. All in favor? Okay, opposed of any? That one's defeated. Next one is the council work with the Tri-Township Arena Board to work on a plan regarding the continued operation of Tri-Township Arena as recommended by the Mount Bridges Arena Committee. Someone to bring that motion. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Wilsey. Any questions?
Just one comment.
Yes.
It should be the Tri-Township Arena Committee, not the Mount Bridges Arena Committee. Oh, yeah. Oh. It's good that I have Councillor Palmer sitting beside me because she's always pushing my buttons. Should be the Tri-Township Arena Committee, that's all.
Okay.
Board.
Okay. So we had a seconded. Did you have a question, Councillor Wilsey?
No, I was just putting my hand up because I was the seconder.
Okay, seconders. Yep. Any further comment? All in favor?
Now you're smacking.
Pardon?
Before we move on?
Yes.
I would like to make a motion that the long-term plan for recreation facilities in Mount Bridges be brought forward to the Strategic Priority Committee. So back to Councillor Hippel's, we don't want it to disappear, but rather as I said earlier, I think it needs more discussion, more thought, and that perhaps if we put it there, it won't disappear, and we can let the community know that we're keeping it on the radar.
Okay. We got a seconder, Deputy Mayor. All in favor?
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Can I ask for a friendly amendment that we change that conversation to all municipal needs in the Mount Bridges area. So it's not strictly related to it and left just to recreation.
Okay, for you. Okay, okay, all in favor? Okay, just a point of order, folks. It is 8:45. We can take a 15-minute bio break now, or we can wait until going to closed session. My recommendation is let's take a break now until 9 o'clock. Adjourn until 9 o'clock.
My ladder agrees.
Keep forgetting. Okay. Sure. Welcome back. Continuing on with community services. Next is the Station 2 and 3 indoor air quality report. Motion to receive the report. Councillor Pelkman, second by Councillor Hippel. Speak to the report. Director Lilmore.
Thank you, Your Worship. Report in front of you this evening. It's a lengthy report because it encapsulates two indoor air quality reports. You'll see on page 3, I start with the update of the first indoor air quality report, the status of all the recommendations. You'll notice that the majority of those recommendations have been completed, save and except for recommendations of separation of the PPE from the apparatus bay and then general ventilation throughout the hall. With the completion of those recommendations, staff brought a report back to council, and council then directed staff to do a second indoor air quality report. That second indoor air quality report came back with significantly improved numbers, as you'd see in the report. There was only one chemical compound identified exceeding the MOE's ambient air quality criteria, which was benzene at Station 2. It came in recorded at 18. The limit is 2.3. It's important to note that the testing in November, it was at 53. So a significant decline. The other chemical that was identified was phenol, and it did not exceed any limits. The other important number is the total concentration of VOCs. Both the administration areas and the apparatus space had seen significant improvements. The administration areas are down to 100, which is underneath the 1,000 threshold of Health Canada. The apparatus bay is at 1,900, which is over that trigger that Health Canada has at 1,000, but under the action criteria set by Health Canada of 5,000. It's also important to note that Station 2's levels in the November testing was 4,400. So again, significantly down. Same results in the Station 3, where we're down to 1,900 in the apparatus bay, which is over that trigger warning of 1,000, but under the 5,000. And then the November testing level was at 3,000. So again, significant improvements there. Out of all of that, the recommendations have come back from the consultants. Again, they've identified the removal of the PPE from the apparatus bays, and they've identified increased general ventilation throughout the project area. They also want us to continue searching for the higher concentration of the individual VOC at Station 2. So if you flip over to page 6, where I've started the chart, it says here, further investigation, and this is the recommendation, under the concentrations of individual VOCs. We're recommending the installation of fresh air intake louvers and exhaust fan at Station 2. Currently, there isn't any. So when they close that station up, it's sealed. So there's no way, there's no air exchange in that space. So if there are any VOCs that come back from a fire or exhaust system has failed or isn't working properly, it gets captured inside that space and is not able to exhaust itself. The other option, the other recommendation we're making is reviewing options for a continuous 1-month air monitoring to determine the spikes in VOCs. So the consultant can bring in a testing device that they leave in the hall for 1 month, and they'll be able to identify when the peaks and valleys of the VOCs occur, We expect it's going to be when they go on a fire call and come back from a fire call when they're exposed to those different contaminants. The inclusion of an exhaust system that's on a 30 and 30, so it runs for 30 minutes, off for 30 minutes, we're going to vacate all of those VOCs every 30 minutes out of that space. So we'd have significant air exchange. So we would expect not to see a significant level of VOCs on that monthly testing once the exhaust fans are put in place. They still recommend the separation of the PPE from the apparatus bay. We're looking at some alternatives to that construction to separate storage locations. So suggestions being we're looking at installing some showers at Station 2 because there currently aren't any showers. We're looking at doing a small renovation so we can have washer and dryer for the washing of their own personal clothing after fire call. Again, looking at increased general ventilation at both stations 2 and 3 on a 30-30. And then the other recommendations are more administrative controls around creating some policies and procedures around the new air handling equipment that we put in the stations. So I am available for any questions, should there be any.
Questions? Councilor Derbyshire.
Thank you. Through you to Director Lilborn. So what will the cost of that monthly testing be? Sorry, I should have.
If you bear with me, I'll be able to find out.
Okay, I'll ask you a few more things in the broad. I was gonna say with the the PPE, being that they now will all have 2 gear, we should not really have a problem with the PPE being stored where it is, provided we get good air circulation in there, being that they should all be fresh gear. So they should not be off gassing into that hall. That's more a comment than a thing. And as for the air filtration system now, it's not bringing in fresh air, it's just filtering and dumping back in the air itself then.
That's correct. Through the chair to Councillor Derbyshire, the air purifier is simply just pulling in the air from the space, running it through a series of filters, and then exhausting it back in the decontaminated air back into the space.
Is there a way to go through that? Sorry, through you to the chair again. Is there a way to go through that system, possibly pulling in fresh air, or does it need a completely new system?
So through the chair to Councillor Derbyshire, the best way to bring in fresh outside air is just to put in an exhaust fan on one end of the building and a fresh air intake louver on the other end of the building and draw the air across the apparatus bay.
Did you have the answer? There's one question, the cost, Director.
I'm working on that one.
Okay. Any other questions, concerns? I'll tell you, while he's looking, I don't think it'll change the vote too much. You okay if I bring the vote, Councillor Derbyshire?
Yeah.
Okay. We have a second motion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Director Lilborn finds that. Engineering and Public Works, the sidewalk. Sorry. Yep, go ahead. You got it.
I just found it. It is approximately $6,000 to do that month-long testing.
Next is Engineering Public Works, the sidewalk tractor, and concrete cold planer award. Motion that council will receive report EPW 2024 Public Works sidewalk tractor and concrete planer award for information. Motion to bring in Councilor Kennis, second Councilor Derbyshire, all in favor? Carried. Wish to speak to this?
Through the chair, before you is a tender award for the sidewalk tractor and concrete cold planer. As you can see, the fleet includes 3 sidewalk trailers with various attachments. This new piece of equipment, what it is doing is helping to streamline now that all the attachments that we currently own will now work on this sidewalk tractor, which is great. Also, I would just like to note However, the sidewalk tractor was budgeted in the capital budget for $150,000. The cost has come in over budget by $44,000. The trackless concrete cold planter has come in, we had budgeted $40,000 and it's come in just under that. The recommendation is that the budget overage come out of the Fleet Reserve Fund to cover the cost of the sidewalk tractor. So we're looking for council for approval and award of to purchase these two pieces of equipment.
Any questions? Councillor Wilsey.
Just one for the roads department, how they're working stuff back and forth. When we were talking through the budget discussions, there was talks about how roads department couldn't do community services because one was union, one's non-union. And it looks like we're buying this to be able to use stump grinders and a bunch of other stuff which could potentially be used for community services. Is this strictly for roads, or are we able to get some of the benefit from this in other departments as well, or does our union prevent that?
Yeah, we'll see who wants to go. CAO?
I'll, if I could, through the chair, I'll just start. So both departments have unionized employees in it. I can perhaps ask Director Littleborn to speak to the use of equipment across departments.
Through the chair to council, the equipment is actually owned by the Municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc. It's not owned by a division. So there are lots of times where we have non-unionized staff utilizing equipment as long as they're trained to utilize that equipment to work on a park or dig a hole or whatever it may be. A perfect example is we just had the Kemp Crescent as an example. 4 different divisions worked together to execute that project, 2 of the divisions being non-unionized. And the non-unionized staff used the hoe from the cemetery after the unionized staff cut the asphalt. And then we had 2 pickup trucks, 1 tons, being utilized by 2 different groups as well. So it does not matter if you're unionized or not. We share equipment across divisions, provided you're trained on that equipment. So it's a long way to answer your question.
Any other questions? Councillor Derbyshire.
Sorry, that was going to be through you to the director. That was going to be one of my questions about the cold concrete planer. Do we already own one of these, or is this a new purchase that we're going to kind of figure out this only because it does involve grinding of concrete? I didn't know whether that's something we did before.
CAO.
Through your worship to Councillor Derbyshire, this is an addition of a new attachment. So this is, it's not a replacement, it's an addition.
So there will be, sorry, through you to the CEO, then there will be some extensive training, I would assume, done on this.
Through the chair, yes, and our updating of any SOPs that we have in place.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, there are 2 motions. A council award the purchase of a trackless MT7 tractor for $194,651 plus HST to work equipment. And further, the council awards the purchase of a concrete cold planer attachment for $38,640 plus HST to work equipment. Councillor Hippel, second by Councillor Kennis. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Next is the Valentine Christina Road drain. Motion to receive the report. Councillor Pelkman, second by Councillor Brennan. All in favor? Carried. I don't know if you want to speak to it, Paul, or if there is too much. Go ahead.
Through your worship, this is just the award for the project. There were 6 submissions, and before you is to award to BKT Excavating Limited in the amount of $143,384. So it's the award of the tender for the project.
Any questions? Seeing none, motion that council award the Valentine Christina Road Drain 2023 project to BKT Excavating in the amount of $143,384 and .97 excluding HST. All in favor? Oh, wait a minute. Motion, sorry. Councilor Hippel, second by Councilor Brennan. All in favor? Carried. My apologies. That's all. The hands go quick. Road Needs Study Award. Motion to receive the report. Councilor Pammer, second by Councilor Brennan. All in favor? Carried. Sia, did you wish to speak to that report?
Certainly. So the roads needs study was included in the 2024 budget. The tender went out. There were 11 qualified firms that applied. It is the recommendation of the scoring and of staff that BM Ross and Associates be awarded the tender for this project.
Any questions? Councilor Wilsey.
Just to verify the amount, the motion has an amount of around 33,000, but on the report it has a BM Ross bid at just over 30, or just under 31, so there's a $200,000 difference between the two numbers. So just want to verify which one we're voting on.
If you give me a moment to check that.
We'll give you a moment to check that. We can circle back to that one if you wish to, Tricia.
That might be best.
Yeah, why don't we'll circle back to that one, okay, Councilor Wilsey, we'll park that. Next is the Wilkie Drain, the tender award. Motion to receive the report. Councilor Pammer, second by the Deputy Mayor, all in favor, carried. I think this one is pretty explanatory. Council award the Wilkie Drain project in the amount of $58,080.87. Were there any questions? Seeing none, someone to bring a motion to award the project. Councilor Kennis, second by Councilor Pelkman. All in favor? Carried. Next is the water connection fee at 392 Queen Street. Motion to receive the report. Councilor Brandon, second by Councilor Kennis. All in favor? Carried. I think this is pretty self-explanatory. Before I bring the motion, are there any questions that you may have? Okay. Seeing none, did someone wish to bring a motion? There are two in front of you, either supported. Councilor Pelkman.
I'll bring a motion that we deny the request to reimburse.
Okay, seconder, Councilor Brennan, any comments or concerns? Okay, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Next, we have the additional speed reductions within school zones. Motion to receive the report. Councilor Brennan, second by Councilor Pelkman. All in favor? Carried. Were there any questions, comments, or concerns regarding the report? Councilor Hippel.
Just a quick comment through yourself, just as a comment. It's nice to see that that we have gotten the last two schools, I'm assuming, on board with this, and like we had said something earlier in the evening, as our community is growing, there's many more vehicles out there and people are speeding all over the place, so it's nice to have the school zones in place for safety for everyone.
Any other comments? Councilor Wilsey.
Just more of a general question. Do the Strathroy-Caradoc police, do they spot check or have a rotate where they go around to different ones and so that they would enforce those zones? And my question with that is something I think I would like to see, just because I know a lot of people, if there's no police there, they don't respect the zones anyways. Like we've seen that on a number of country roads, which these ones are. I just want to see if there is a program like that, or if there's not, is there a way we could ask the police board about implementing something like that? Not on a schedule, of course, but.
We have the chair of the police board sitting beside you, and we have a meeting tomorrow.
We have a meeting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We can ask the question, but I'm fairly confident that they do patrol those areas. But we can ask at the meeting tomorrow.
Yep. We'll go Councillor Hippel and Councillor Pammer.
I, just through yourself to Councillor Wilsey, I see them at Caradoc North as well as the Christian school. I see them there quite a bit.
Okay, Councillor Pammer.
Yeah, and when we changed the speed zone on McKellar last year around the schools, I walked my dog at school time, and there was a couple of police officers, and for the first few days they were pulling people over and warning them, I believe, and making known to them that speed had changed, but they are regularly outside those zones. I see them frequently in the municipality.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, we have 3 motions. The council approve a reduced speed zone to 40 kilometers an hour on Scotchmere Drive from 300 meters east of Saxton Road to 300 meters west of Saxton Road, and on Saxton Road from Scotchmere Drive to 350 meters north of Scotchmere Drive. And further, the council approved the reduced speed zone to 40 kilometers per hour on Walker's Drive from Adelaide Road to 450 meters west of Adelaide Road. And further, the council adopt community safety zones within these school zones as noted above. Someone to bring the motion? Councillor Hippel, second by Councillor Wilsey. All in favor? Carried. I'm going to, since we may be pressed for time, I'm going to bring a motion if someone would second it in the interest of time. In the interest of time, we forego, if we can, clerk the reports from boards and committees, the county council report, and the inquiries or comments by members. I get someone to bring that, second that motion. Deputy Mayor, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Yes, we'll go back.
Through the chair, so I was able to confer from the vendor records, and it appears to be a typo. The amount was $30,792.50.
Okay. So, I'm trying to remember, was that motion seconded or did we?
I just like to move her along a little.
No? So, okay, we need someone to bring a motion. The council award the road needs study to BM Ross and Associates Limited in the amount of $30,750.
$30,792.50.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Derbyshire. All in favor? Carried. Next is the CAO report, the delegation of authority bylaw. Motion to receive the report. Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Pelkman. All in favor? Carried. CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. So before you, Council, is the 2022 Delegation of Authority bylaw. I've also included as an attachment the 2018 version of the Delegation of Authority bylaw. I've also included in the staff report just the, the section of the Municipal Act that stipulates a municipality shall adopt and maintain policies. I had an opportunity to look through the 2022 Delegation of Authority bylaw. It had only a few minor changes from the 2018 bylaw. What I did do in the recommendation here, and just it might be timely as well, just as we look at the time, is to refer this discussion back to the July Strategic Priorities Committee meeting. So it allows you to see the full delegation bylaw here tonight. And then what I will do with the July Strategic Priorities Committee meeting, I'll also bring forward the disposition of property policy, which has delegation of authority in that, to be reviewed at the same time. So we'll do both of those policies at the same time. Just as I'm not concerned, this is a very well written policy that clearly stipulates who has authority to do what, and again, clearly stipulates that council still has the authority to override the policy as they see fit. So happy to have further discussion at the July Strategic Priorities Committee.
Okay, so it's gonna be deferred till then, so any questions, comments, Councillor Wilsey?
We heard about the disposition of property that was a second bylaw that had delegation of authority in it. Are there any others that we should know about? It sounds like if there's this and then there's another one, and if it's in two, it's likely in multiple other ones. Are there others we should know about, or can we get a list of where some of the delegation of authority is for the July meeting? Not necessarily tonight.
Yep, CAO.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilsey, I'll bring forward any other policies. Delegation of authority is in many policies, or in many bylaws, for example, that are stipulated by some provincial changes to the Planning Act, for example. So I'll include that in the report coming forward at the July meeting.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, I have a motion that council refer the delegation of authority bylaw discussion to the July Strategic Priorities Committee meeting for further consideration. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Wilsey, all in favor? Carried.
We formed the committee.
Strategic Priorities Committee meetings.
Video all summer now?
Yeah. Motion to receive the report. Councillor Palmer, second by Councillor Derbyshire, all in favor? Carried. Wish to speak to this, CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. We already have had lots of discussion tonight about Strategic Priorities Committee. I have created a list of all of those reports that have been referred to it. And again, just to highlight, the purpose of a Strategic Priorities Committee, and it's a committee that's actually a lot of municipalities have adopted, and it provides an opportunity to have more fulsome discussions on some larger topics. It is staff's recommendation that only 1 or 2 reports come forward at the meeting so that there is enough time to actually delve in and spend time on each discussion. It is also required that the procedural bylaw would need to be updated to reflect the structure of a strategic priorities meeting, which is timely because we have recommended that the procedural bylaw come forward, I believe, at the July meeting. So the first one to be held in June would have to be a special meeting of council because the committee hasn't been created in the procedural bylaw. But I have just highlighted in the report some of the topics that can be included. So policies and procedures, strategic plan initiatives, corporate strategic initiatives, governance, legal matters, and any other matters that council would like to refer to the committee. And as I mentioned, because there'll be so much in-depth conversation, depending on the size of the reports, it might be 1 report, or if there are 3 smaller ones, I would say 1 to 3 reports would be sort of ideal. And then probably looking at sort of a 3-hour time frame for that meeting so that it's, because there's going to be lots of discussion, that is sort of the thought. It is also staff's recommendation that the meetings be held in this room, and that is my recommendation in that all of the hardware and video recordings are already here, and because some of the topics that will be discussed at the committee are probably going to be really, of interest to members of the public who would like to see them live streamed or be able to go back and watch them. That is why I'm making the recommendation that they be in this room. The meetings can be less formal than a council meeting, like there can be more dialogue and discussion and sort of more free-flowing conversation. It's just that the setup in this room makes it a lot easier from an infrastructure standpoint. And finally, the recommendation, just to have council consider, is the time that the meeting will be held. So we're making a recommendation that the meeting will take place at the week between the regular meetings of council. So we meet on the 1st and 3rd Monday for regular council meetings. The recommendation is that the Strategic Priority Committee's meeting be held on that 2nd week. And it's also recommended that it continues on a Monday. But the hope is that perhaps we could start this meeting during the day, just so that there isn't another evening meeting for council and staff, but again, open to council's availability. But that is sort of the thought that I wanted to throw out to council, is that second Monday of the month with perhaps a start time earlier than 6 o'clock, if possible for council's schedules.
Any comments, questions? Seeing none of them, we have a motion that the Strategic Priorities Committee be held in. What do you need there?
So I was looking for council's, direction, if you want to meet in this room or you want to meet in the committee room. I'm looking just so that we have clear direction from council.
Okay. Will Councillor Derbyshire?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, okay, Councillor Pelton.
His time frame might be different than mine.
I'm okay as long as we keep it around shortly after 4 o'clock. I can't come before that. The second thing that I was gonna say is, I thought the point was to get away from the cameras, to have open discussion. They can still be attended by the public, but do we have to, if we were held them in the other room, would they be recorded?
Through the chair, the amount of work that it takes for the clerk's department to try to set up the microphones and the cameras would not be ideal to do in the committee room.
No, we would normally just take minutes, right?
That's correct.
So why are we doing anything different? Why not just take minutes in this room? I'm just saying, don't have the cameras on.
That is council. I'm looking for council's direction.
Yeah, I think that the point of having the strategic planning was that we could have more open discussion away from the formalities of having that come with having the cameras on. And as soon as we turn the cameras on, I think we're right back to where we started.
Well, I'm gonna jump in, because it's not just the cameras, this room is formal, and I think some of the best discussions we've had as a council have happened in the less formal committee room. So that's why I think we've had the best discussions. This room lends itself to formality, but I have found the last few sessions we've had next door have been more productive and more engaging and more fun. Council has opened up a little more. That's been my thought. So, Councillor Derbyshire, you had a thought?
That's good.
Okay, anyone else? Councillor Wilsey.
I'm just thinking of the time and schedule and just keeping a pattern. I kind of like the evening meetings. I know it's out of staff's regular hours, but
we can't throw another.
Just looking at like daytime stuff and missing work and with the farm and my meetings, I'd actually prefer it was in the evening rather than during the day.
Okay. Councillor Feldman.
Is it possible to limit the number of topics and do it the same day as a council meeting? So there's not another day for stuff. Just like we had one topic and say we meet at 4:30.
Too long. It's too long.
Too long?
Yeah, Councillor. I'm Councillor CEO. Sorry.
Through the chair, we had that conversation and we just thought based on the topics and the conversation that could make for a very, very long day for everyone. And that was the concern.
Councillor Hippel.
While I also, like Councillor Feldman, couldn't start at 3. I mean, if I absolutely had to, I would, but I wouldn't want to make that. I mean, I think 4 o'clock works or 4:15 works. I don't think I want to do more night meetings, and we've got a lot of night meetings as it is, and I would like to, we've got a lot of committee meetings on top of the ones that we're doing already on other boards, and that have to do with council. So anyways, my preference would be about 4:30 if that's possible.
Okay, so I'll bring the motion for you. That the Strategic Priorities Committee be held in the committee room with a start time of 5 p.m. So someone to second that motion? Councillor Pammer, then we can open up our discussion. Deputy Mayor.
I request a friendly amendment for a maximum of 2 hours, if you're gonna start at 5.
Okay. Okay, fine, I'll agree to that. Any other comments, concerns? Councillor Pelican.
Not that I'm seeking for an amendment, but I think over time we'll find that we're reducing the number of items we're talking about.
True.
I hope.
Okay. Okay, so we have a second motion in front of you. All in favor? Carried. Second one is the council directs staff to include a strategic priorities committee in the updated procedural bylaw for consideration. Someone to bring the motion. Councillor Derbyshire, second by the deputy mayor. All in favor? Carried. Caradoc Housing Organizational Review. Motion to receive the report. Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Palmer. All in favor? Carried. CAO, did you wish to speak to it?
Through your worship to council. So before you is a report on the Caradoc Housing Review. Excuse me. As we did not have a budget for this project, I reached out to 3 firms that provide services seeking quotes for the completion of the project. And the proponents were informed of the scope, which would include a governance review, a procedures review, the Caradoc Place, the housing review of Caradoc Place, and a review of decision making, and then provide recommendations for procedural and governance improvements. So it was looking at how the Caradoc housing sort of came to be, the decisions that have been made, and where we are at today. So of those 3 firms that were contacted, 2 firms provided letters of intent with a proposal for the work to be completed. The first was KPMG and the second was BDO. Within the report is sort of high level outlining the scope of work of each of the firms, broken into phases. The big difference with KPMG, they laid out all 4 phases of their project, and their budget reflects those 4 phases. Their cost was $60,000 and a timeline of June to October to complete. BDO work plan was broken down into 3 phases, with phase 1 being quoted at $15,000 and taking 4 weeks to complete. That phase 1 is what they called a diagnostic review, which was sort of that high level looking and conducting interviews, collecting information, understanding procurement processes, and then phase 2 and 3 would look more into a detailed operational review, and phase 3 would be an implementation support. And as I said, phase 1 of that project would be 4 weeks. So before council is sort of 2 options of looking at sort of that review of the Caradoc Housing Organization, and I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Any questions? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. So I noticed that the motion is specific as to 2 things that Caradoc Housing Corporation asked of council and that we asked to be done, which is an independent financial audit and an independent project management audit. 2 things. But when the scope was delivered to the people replying to the RFP, it is now 5 items. And those words that we used in the motion are not repeated. I'm confused as to why that has occurred, because although both touch upon what the motion speaks to, neither of them directly answer the motion.
CAO.
So this phase is the organizational review. So this is looking at sort of the procedures, practices that have taken place. There is the audit is being completed for Caradoc Housing right now. It is underway. I thought that it would be best to have the audit complete first and then move forward with the independent audit following this practice. But we can certainly amend this if council wishes.
Yep, follow up, Deputy Mayor.
I'm sorry, but I didn't follow your explanation. So can you repeat it again?
So this component is sort of that organizational review that is looking at the procedures, practices, governance of Caradoc Housing. Currently underway is the completion of the 2023 audit for Caradoc Housing. That is the annual audit that takes place and that is required. So that audit is currently underway, and I thought that audit should be completed first before undertaking a secondary audit of the project.
Any other questions, comments? One follow-up, Deputy Mayor, then we'll go. Yep.
All right, so, well, my question still isn't answered, although, so we have an independent financial audit. I assume that is being done by Caradoc Housing Corp. when they've audited their own yearly BDO. Okay, so BDO is doing that through Caradoc Housing Corp. Thank you. Okay, that answers my first question. It still doesn't answer my independent project management audit. Nobody is, although KPMG speaks to it briefly under phase 2 in their 4th bullet point. I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing where we're getting what it is that the motion asks for.
Sorry, so to seek clarification, are you regarding the Caradoc Housing project, is that correct? So that was included in my scope of work to both proponents, that the Caradoc Housing and the current project and the history of that project is to be included in this scope of work for both proponents.
Okay, next question. Councillor Wilsey.
I'm just looking at these and it looks more like it's a strategic plan than it is an audit on what happened. Like it doesn't look like they're doing what the motion was. Like I'm with the Deputy Mayor. Like it doesn't look like what we asked for is what's happening. Like when I read it, it looks like they're doing the exact same process we did for our strategic plan. It doesn't seem like it answers the motion. I don't think it's the right one, and one proponent didn't even quote the full phase, so we'd have no idea what we were approving if we went with the second one. I don't know if we can do anything on these tonight.
Councillor Derbyshire.
So I guess I feel the same way. To me, when I look at it, I guess I would more call it an investigation as to what went on with the building of Caradoc Place. Like if we really want to get down to this, I don't care how it's being run now. Like really, it's being run the way it's being run, and they're doing their best job with what they've been given. So, you know, the books are going to say what they're going to say with BDO Dunwoody. I'd like to see how did we sign ourselves up for whatever the contract said. Why did we build a place at this? And I'm not trying to place blame on anybody. What I'm looking at right now is if we want to move forward with what we plan on doing with anything, let's see how this went the way it went and how we ended up with a 13, 14, I don't even know what the final total number is for this building, what the cost is. Like, it's more an investigation or a looking into the project of building Caradoc Place. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, I think that's what we all want it to work, so go ahead, CEO.
Through your worship to council, so that was part of my discussion with both organizations for the scope of work. Perhaps what's best, because we don't share tender submissions publicly, perhaps the best thing to do is I can bring this back but share with council the actual submissions. I tried to take high-level synopsis of the submissions and put it in, and got permission to put it in public, an open session. So perhaps what is best is for council to view the two letters of intent that were received, where you can see they're much more detailed than what I provided in the staff report. So perhaps what we can do is defer this. I can circulate to council the two documents so that you can see them, and then council may feel more comfortable with the submissions that have been provided.
Okay, someone want to bring a motion? Councillor Hipple.
Sorry, through yourself, I was just, I'm okay with that. I don't have a problem with that. I was just going to say, I feel like probably what Councillor Derbyshire, I think he was to say, I think Councillor Perrin and I were talking about it. It's almost like it would, one of those things that you'd want how things transpired in a chronological order, and so you know not to have those same mistakes moving forward when we're, you know, coming out, when we're coming up to big projects. I'm thinking that's kind of the idea, and not placing blame in the past, just moving forward so we know how to fix any kind of errors, if there were errors, moving forward. Is that kind of what you're?
All right, so, yeah, go ahead, I was gonna make it, you go ahead.
I know that's what you're looking for. Motion to refer this back to staff for the, what, you had a name for the documents? The tenders?
The letter of intent.
Oh, thank you. Refer it back to staff for the letter of intent to be brought forward in closed session.
Deputy Mayor, I will second that if we have an amendment with a date on it for the next meeting.
Yeah, certainly.
Okay, I'll second that motion. Any comments? All in favor? Carried. Council will move into closed session at 9:42 for the purpose of discussing the following. 2 items in accordance with council's procedure bylaw, 1 item in accordance with section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act, and 2 items in accordance with section 239(2)C of the Municipal Act. Someone to bring the motion to go into closed session. Deputy Mayor, second by Councilor Derbyshire. All in favor? Carried. Welcome back. Closed session adjourned at 10:02 and open session resumed. In closed session, we dealt with 2 items in accordance with council's procedure bylaw, 1 item in accordance with section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act, and 2 items in accordance with section 239(2)C of the Municipal Act. A motion of direction in closed session be approved. Councilor Brennan, second by Councilor Derbyshire. All in favor? Carried. Bylaws. Oh, sorry, Councilor Derbyshire.
I just had one question. I know we're not doing inquiries, but I did have a request from HR. I was hoping we could have done this while he was still here, on the whistleblower policy. He said he cannot do anything on that because it was not motioned by council.
So can I ask, since we don't have it on the agenda, Councilor Derbyshire, respect the procedures, and good motion, can we bring it up at the proper procedure next council?
Yeah, I just don't want to put it as a motion and then wait, like that's a huge step unless council wants to have that debate. That was, I guess, my question.
No, that's fine, duly noted, but let's stay
So
with
where would it would be in inquiries next time?
I think might be a notice of motion, Councilor Derbyshire.
So then it'll take a whole month to be seen. Okay.
Okay, sorry about that, we just gotta follow the procedures. Yep.
The first bylaw before council this evening for consideration is bylaw 4924, which is a bylaw to authorize the conveyance of property being 1019 Wright Street. The recommendation is that bylaw 4924 receive first, second, third, and final reading.
Motion that bylaw 4924 receive first, second, third, and final reading. Councilor Pelkman, second by Councilor Brennan. Thank you. All in favor? Carried.
Just to clarify, this isn't the property we talked about in
Yes, sorry.
Through the chair, this is the property that at a previous council meeting, that council decided, and then the bylaws coming forward at this meeting to execute.
This is the one we,
This is done previously at the previous council meeting.
Not from today.
The next bylaw before us this evening is bylaw 5124, which is a bylaw to dedicate lands known as Part Lot 21, Register as Compiled Plan 389, being Part 2, 33R21536, Municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc, for public purposes. The recommendation is bylaw 5124 receive first, second, and third and final reading.
Motion that bylaw 51-24 receive first, second, third, and final reading. Councilor Pammer, second by Councilor Hippel. All in favor? Carried.
And the final bylaw before council this evening for consideration is bylaw 5224, which is to confirm the proceedings of this evening's meeting of the Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc. The recommendation is that bylaw 5224 receive first, second, and third and final reading.
Motion that bylaw 52-24 receive first, second, third, and final reading. Motion by Councilor Canis, second by Councilor Pelkman. All in favor? Carried. Motion to adjourn at 10:06 p.m. Deputy Mayor, second by Councilor Pelkman. Any questions on that? All in favor? Carried.